Welcome to Team Momentum Mori's entry in the Strahd Must Die Tonight community event. We're all gonna die tonight.
Right.
Our DM is I don't know whether to introduce people by their Reddit usernames.
Sure, why not?
Go ahead.
Both my usernames are throwaways, though.
Everybody, just introduce yourselves.
Sure. Um, I will be the DM for this little event. I am you slash MumbaiMonster, I guess. And quick intro into what this is. We're running a one shot, which is set near the conclusion of the Curse of Strahd campaign, where our players tonight will be playing level 10 pre-made characters who arrive at the gates of Ravenloft and essentially have 8 hours in game until morning to storm the castle and either kill Strahd or secure Irina and keep her safe until the morning comes. The entire time they will have Strahd von Zarovich, the vampire lord, stalking them around the castle and doing his best to make sure that they do in fact die tonight instead of him. So we have our team of 4 adventurers who decided to take on 2 challenges for this run, which will be no melee characters and no clerics or paladins, who are usually useful in the vampire campaign. So running on a little bit of a hard mode, but if you guys want to go ahead and introduce yourselves and your characters.
Sure. I can jump in since, just try to get us going in order on the homepage here. I go by Aciduous on Reddit. I will be playing Aranita Valadra, a 10th level gold draconic sorcerer. And I'm ready to throw some fire.
My Reddit handle is MansusGlory. I will be playing Lamlis, the Circle of the Forest Druid, and I suppose I will be serving as our replacement tank today. Oh boy.
Right, I'm the Sandwich Horror, and I'll be playing as Stefan Giobanu, the Evocation Wizard, and I'm ready to also blast some stuff. Hopefully Strahd's head, also.
And I go by whyhieratic, both on Reddit and on Twitch. I'm playing Gildis Lynn, the College of Lore Bard who is wielding the Sun Sword, because literally nobody else knows how to use this thing. I have 53 hit points. This is going to be fun.
Right. On that note, since this is set at the end of the normal campaign, a few of the more powerful magic items were given out to the party to start with. Zeldis will be wielding the Sun Sword itself, a sword with a blade of sunlight, which vampires don't like very much. And I believe it was Stefan who's going to be holding the holy symbol of Ravenkind. Powerful holy symbol with the power to create sunlight and paralyze vampires as well. In addition to that, I believe Arnita has a Ring of Regeneration. Lamlis has the Ngothius Staff. Stefan has the Ring of Warmth, and Zeldis also has the Pipes of Haunting, which you guys should have in your handout section if you need a reference on what those do. Any other magic items they can pick up inside Ravenloft are fair game. In addition, they're also aware at the start of the scenario about where Strahd is waiting for them and where Irina is also kept at the beginning. So, I think with all of those rules and such out of the way, there are a couple of other kind of rules and clarifications specific to this one shot, but those will come up as they come up. With that out of the way, our party of intrepid adventurers, after weeks of adventuring through the misty valley of Barovia, find themselves on this moonlit night at their final destination, the gates of Ravenloft. With powerful magical items in their possession, they've come here with a singular task tonight: to slay the vampire Strahd von Zarovich and bring an end to his rule over the land. As your wagon races across the drawbridge itself, you keep in mind the reading that one of your allies, a Miss Esmeralda de Avenir, was able to provide you. She told you that the enemy you seek, Strahd von Zarovich, a creature whose powers are beyond mortality, would be lurking in his throne room of sorts in the audience hall. Where that is in the castle is up to you to find out. You know that he'll be waiting there, and you know that the object of his obsession and affection, Miss Irina Kolyana, is kept in his bedchamber, complacent and charmed in her current state, awaiting your rescue. But as your wagon races across the drawbridge, the sudden flash of thunder, bolt of lightning strikes the back of the carriage, sending it screeching to a halt and flying over the side of the drawbridge, and all of you spilling forth from it into the front courtyard of Castle Ravenloft itself. The fog of war is on here. So, can you all see anything currently?
I
Not
only
currently.
see darkness.
Oh, there we are.
Right? Yes.
I found us. We're on the left side.
I see us there.
Right.
All right. As you tumble forth from the carriage, looming before you as the awe-inspiring shape of Castle Ravenloft, its black, jagged spires splitting the sky as lightning lances behind it and rain pours down upon you. As you pick yourselves up, bring yourselves to your feet, the weather seems to worsen. Dismal rain starts to fall, becoming a torrent. Lightning routinely lights the sky, followed by peals of thunder, making the ground beneath your feet and the castle itself shudder. Here in this courtyard, thick, cold fog swirls all around you. The sporadic flashes of lightning lance the weeping clouds overhead as thunder shakes the ground. Through the drizzle, you can see torch flames fluttering on each side of the keep's open main doors. Warm light spills out of the entrance, almost inviting you inside and flooding into the courtyard. High above the entrance is a round window with shards of broken glass lodged in its iron frame. So, Team Momentum Mori, what would you like to do?
All right. Well, we came here to do a job. I say we go do it.
How high up is the broken window?
The broken window appears to be... a second. About 60 feet or so.
That's not too bad.
Can you get up there? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm sure I could. The question is just whether we want to.
Yeah.
They say he is the land. I hope that the weather overhead is a testament to what is to come for Strahd, and not of our own end. Still, with such a warm welcome, I cannot help but expect that there are some traps before us. We should be careful.
Agreed.
Wise
DM
words
question to double check. We are all human and it is nighttime, correct?
You're all human and it is nighttime, so none of you have dark vision.
Cool. I'm going to cast
that in
light on my quarterstaff for now then. Tap
Okay.
it.
Can you click on spell just so I know what the radius of that is?
That I can.
Oh, this game doesn't have dynamic lighting. Sad. That's alright. 20-foot radius for bright and another 20-foot for dim. Got it. There's 40-foot light aura here.
Wow.
That was you that cast it, right, Stefan?
Aranita.
No, that
Oh,
was,
Arnita.
that was
gotcha.
not.
Sorry. Wrong character.
All good. If you would like me to dim this, I would be happy to, but I figured it would be good to know where we are headed.
That's a good thought. I could cast Dimension Door up to the window if we just want to go in with a bang.
Um,
However, I do not seem to have any rope with me. Does one of you have
Do
rope?
I as it happens? Any of us come prepared?
Don't think so. I think it was back in the carriage. Probably burnt to bits by now.
Well, we will make do with what we have, I suppose.
it appears I may have some rope.
Oh,
Really delightful.
how much of
Would
it
we
would you say?
Maybe 50 feet.
We'll be a little bit short.
Attempting to climb rather than step through your door.
Well, the idea was that I and maybe one other person could step through the door and then secure the rope somewhere.
Ah, I see. Only two can get through.
Yes. My doorways are not for all. I'm very selective about who can step through my portals.
I do not fault you. Let's say we take the front entrance for now, then?
Yes, I would agree. We should get a bit of a handle on our surroundings before doing anything rash, I believe.
Oh, very well.
Yes,
All right,
let's do that,
so-
but be careful, as I mentioned before.
Heading forward towards the front door.
Yes.
Yes, please.
All right. This map. Can I have a general marching order for how you guys would like to proceed?
I can go in front as possibly the one with most HP.
And I will pull up second. Actually, you know what? I'll pull up the rear since I have the second most HP, and I'm also illuminating the area, and that way I can draw the light back a little bit before it
Go
gets too far
third.
ahead of us.
If that's alright.
I'll go wherever you guys haven't claimed.
It's
Second, I suppose.
Yeah.
A single file line.
the entryway is also wide enough for you to proceed 2x2 if you would prefer that. Just so I have a reference for the rest of the castle. I'll just assume this is your marching order unless told otherwise.
That
Is
sounds
this
good.
Cool.
Is this our marching order currently going leftwards?
Rightwards, so east, I guess, into the castle.
There we go.
Sorry. Alrighty. Trucking on forward.
Up here. All right. As you make your way forward, the ornate outer doors of the castle hang open, flanked by fluttering torches and iron sconces. You can see 20 feet inside the castle is a second set of doors, which appear to be closed.
I don't think
Can you
there's
guys
much
move
point
yourself
in
on the map?
knocking at this.
I'm sure we can knock
Can
a
you guys
little
move
bit more
yourselves?
forcefully. Yeah.
Okay. As you enter into what appears to be entry foyer of sorts. You can see 4 statues of dragons glaring down, their eyes flickering in the torchlight. And as you approach closer, the doors in front of you within the entry foyer abruptly swing open, revealing a grand hall filled with the sound of organ music.
Well, we knew he had a flair for the dramatic.
To a fault, one might say.
Do the eyes of these dragon statues seem moving at all? Or are they entirely stone? They're not like colored or gems or anything.
They appear to just be made out of stone. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
If I were an architect, I would say that would be a good place to hide trap, arrows, or a fire mechanism, perhaps.
Do they?
He relies on their aesthetic alone to set the tone for entering this domain.
Well, I'm glad that you weren't the architect for this place. But it seems we are expected.
Yes.
Cautious approach then? I can make my way around it first before we send the entire group in.
The dragons, I believe, were in the foyer that we're already all standing in.
Yep, that is correct.
Oh, I see. My apologies. Alright. We can see into the entrance hall?
Yeah, the doors that were previously obscuring it swung open, seemingly of their own accord as you move towards them, and you can hear what sounds like organ music wafting out from within. As you
Can we
enter,
determine what direction that organ music is playing from?
Sure. Call it a perception check. Um, 11. Something about the acoustics of this place make it sound kind of resound off many parts of it. Zeldis, listening in a little more closely, it sounds like it's coming from the south of you. From your position in the entry foyer itself, it almost sounds like it's directly south of you.
Okay, I'm just going to silently point in that direction.
I will nod back and get Stefan's attention as he is standing right next to me. Just tap him on the shoulder and gesture to Zeldis.
Back at both of them.
As you enter through the set of double doors, which seem to be welcoming you in, you find yourselves in what seems like a great entry hall. You can see cobwebs stretching between the columns that support the vaulted ceiling of a great dusty hall, dimly lit by sputtering torches and iron sconces. The torches cast odd shadows across the faces of 8 stone gargoyles, squatting motionlessly on the rim of the domed ceiling. Cracked and faded ceiling frescoes are covered by decay. Double doors of bronze stand closed to the east. To the north, a wide staircase climbs into darkness, and a lit hallway to the south contains another set of bronze doors, through which you hear sad and majestic organ tones.
Well, Mr. Architect, are those fire-breathing statues as well?
Make no assumptions, but perhaps not.
Now, I suppose the question is, do we wish to go and confront our noble host or whoever else is playing that organ? Or do we want to skulk around a little bit?
I think
Do
it
you
would
think
be
it
nice.
best to get a look of our surroundings?
Ah, I was going to say it would be nice to know where our target is. If it is him in that room, at least.
Yes, I seem to recall when we were last invited to dinner, 'twas not but an illusion playing his grand organ.
Let's not speak of what happened when we were invited to dinner.
Many things and more have transpired since then. We have no question of what this devil has done to his place in the meantime.
DM, the doors directly ahead of us on the east wall are closed currently.
They are. Yeah.
Would you all like to get a peek beyond these doors?
I
No.
think that would be advisable.
That sounds wise.
I will get within range and cast Mage Hand and try
Okay.
and open one of the double doors ahead of us.
Sure. Easy enough. They don't appear to be locked or
over here.
anything. With a swish of your hand, this almost kind of pale blue, semi-translucent hand appears before you, mimicking your own hand's motions, some distance in front of you, and giving a push on the door itself. The doors creak open before you. As you're skulking around the castle, let me get some more appropriate music for this.
I do love me some skulking music.
Geldis is gonna move right up to the door and try to peek through.
All right. As the door opens, your lungs are immediately assailed by dust as they swing open. You need to kind of get a hold of yourself to stop you from coughing. But as you look inside, the entire grand hall here appears to be choked with dust and stretches into darkness ahead. You can see webs hanging from the arched ceiling like drapes, and life-size statues of knights lining the hallway on both sides. All of their eyes seemingly trained on you, Zeldas.
Well, I don't think this place has been used for centuries.
A deterrent, perhaps?
Perhaps. It's quite effective if it is.
Well, with our host's flavor for the ostentatious, I would be surprised if his guest was not in cleaner quarters. Perhaps we should look elsewhere?
Yes, I agree. I find it hard to believe that he would keep his obsession in such decrepit conditions. Shall we upstairs then?
Upstairs.
Right behind you.
Alright.
All right, so
I'll go
heading up
first and start
the
heading up.
grand staircase here.
I'll follow after.
All right. You head up the massive stairs, which rise to a landing 20 feet wide by 40 feet long. You can see stone arches supporting a ceiling covered by frescoes 20 feet overhead. The frescoes depict armored knights on horseback. Their finer features, however, faded beyond recognition with the passage of time. Dust floats in the air here. At the end of the south wall, a staircase rises into darkness. Between the staircases are twin alcoves, each one containing a standing suit of armor covered with dark stains. Each armor clutches a mace, the business end, so to speak, of which is shaped like a dragon's head. You can see words engraved on the arches above these suits of armor that appear to have been scratched out.
I don't think I like the look of this any better. Just saying.
I don't
I
know
think
that
that's
we'll
exactly the point.
I don't know we'll like any of the look of anything in here, to be completely honest.
Well, it's more than just intimidation. These look bloodstained, perhaps.
Horrible condition for a count to keep his items. Got some choice words for Strahd.
I think we all do. I assume that the suits of armor are like here.
Yeah, there are these two things in the alcoves here.
Okay. I'm gonna sort of edge along this wall.
Okay.
Do the suit of
On
armor.
the same way, sort of slowly making way up to the other staircase behind Lamless.
Okay.
Do the two staircases both lead up?
Yes, they both lead up.
Does this, from a layout perspective, would we have any idea looping around this way if this coincides with the room that had the window broken outside?
Make me a straight intelligence check. If you have proficiency with cartographer's tools, which I'm not sure if anyone... Cartographers or navigator's tools, you can add proficiency, but I'm not sure if any of you actually have that.
Nah, unfortunately, I have an herbalism kit.
Could I add my guidance to his check?
Sure, yeah.
Roll an
You-
extra d4.
I could cast guidance upon him. So it's
Cool.
straight intelligence for this. Natural 20. Go and roll the d4 just for the hell of it.
Cool. 21.
21. Okay. It hasn't been too far into the castle, and you're aware that the castle itself can be a bit of a maze of sorts. However, keeping a good kind of beat on where everything is, the first staircase seemed to ascend about 20 or so feet, then seems to ascend even higher here. You figure that, yeah, this probably lines up with that broken window that you saw from outside.
Well, the magic door didn't get us up here, but I believe these stairs will lead us into the room we were looking at outdoors. Does anyone have a set of eyes that we could send ahead? Or anything to test the room before we enter?
I could always take on the role of our scout, but that would tap into some very limited resources.
That is very fair.
Nothing except my own spectral hand, unfortunately.
I believe we're going to have to send a set of eyes that's still attached to our bodies. As I
Right,
keep moving this way.
Yes, will be the eyes in the front, I suppose. I'll head upstairs.
Alright.
DM, was there any moonlight outside for us to see while we were outdoors?
So yeah, there's the full moon up, so it's at least somewhat illuminated outside.
Okay, so knowing then that this room had that big window, I'm gonna snuff my light spell.
Okay.
Everyone keep close, we don't want to get lost in here.
Right
All
behind
right,
you.
Is this the marching order you would like to keep walking up those stairs?
I guess I can bring up the rear.
Fair enough.
For Zeldas, if things come to it, we need not rely on simple light to illuminate our path.
If things come to it... Well, if things come to it, things will get very traumatic. As I pat the hilt of the sun sword.
Does it speak to you?
Not yet.
I just kind of nod and address or turn to face toward the stairs and begin to climb.
Okay. As you
But,
make your way up the dusty kind of web choke staircase, your heart's pounding in your chest with anticipation for what is to come. Let's switch maps here. Dim light from the courtyard falls into this great hall you find yourselves in, through the broken glass and iron latticework of a large window in the west wall, which you spotted from outside. This immense room is a place of chilly, brooding darkness. Empty iron sconces dot the walls, and hundreds of dust-laden cobwebs drape the hall, hiding the ceiling from view. Directly across from the window stand a set of double doors in the east wall. Further south, a single door also leads from the east wall. Staircases at both ends of the north wall, which you're heading up right now, seem to lead downward. And at the far southern end of the hall, a large wooden throne stands atop a marble dais. The high back throne faces south, away from most of the room, but as you make your way up the stairs, footsteps resounding, you hear a voice call out across the hallway. So kind of you all to join me. My most esteemed guests, welcome to Castle Ravenloft. And rising from the chair, turning to face you, you see the handsome visage of the man you have been hunting for the last few weeks or so. Pale, with long kind of shoulder-length black hair, well-groomed, a fine set of clothing on, and amulets containing a large kind of red ruby, and an air about him that screams regality. You look now upon the face of Strahd von Zarovich himself. For how long ago Irina was taken, say maybe, let's go with 12 hours. Why you decided to make your move tonight. Go with that. The man turns to face him. So kind of
Right,
you all to
Strahd.
join me here.
Alright, it's time to take the land back.
Is
I
it?
turn to my companions. Are you all ready for this?
I say, I may not have a sword with me, speaking to me or not, but I believe the Morning Lord speaks for us all, and I believe he has brought us all here for a reason. Comrade, it's time to take back this land.
I'm afraid there's no amount of preparation that could help you now, dear heroes. The Morning Lord has forsaken these lands long, long ago. Those that cling to faith in him cling to empty hope and memories, nothing more. I will show you shortly. And I would like everyone to roll initiative.
Yay!
Remember to click on your tokens before hitting the roll button. So it actually sends it to the turn order.
Nice. Okay.
Also, I nearly took the suggestion of one of my friends in chat to just go ahead and say, "Die, monster! You don't belong in this world."
If I could hand out more inspiration, you would have got inspiration for them. Oh yes, as a note, you all also start with one inspiration, but you cannot gain more throughout the course.
Sorry,
Oh.
DM. Could you add me to the order manually?
Sure, yeah.
Thanks.
Just go ahead and click on your token, add yourself, and then I'll change it to it. Okay. First up, Lemlis. Standing before you is the Vampire Lord Count von Zarovich himself. What would you like to do?
Alright. I'd like to move forward to...
Oh, actually, let me add one thing. For you. I keep forgetting these, but... Okay.
Oh boy.
First up will actually be the lair action, which goes on. As he stands to face you, you watch as his form kind of the edges around him, mist begins to kind of come off them and starting to look almost not as ethereal as a ghost, but you see elements of this kind of at the edges of himself, bits of mist wisping around him, sending off trails into the air. Nonetheless.
All right, I'll begin by moving forward by 25 feet,
Okay.
and I'll use the second level spell slot to cast Moonbeam on him.
Okay. That is a... Yeah, if you can click spell, so I know the radius on that.
Does not tell you the radius.
No. Is
A
it
5 foot
5
radius,
feet or
40
10
foot high.
feet?
5
Okay.
feet.
No, that's a square. Okay. On him, so just about like there. Does that look good, or would you like it somewhere else?
That looks good, thank you.
Okay. So at the start of his turn, he needs to make a Constitution save or take radiant damage. Invoking the power of the land itself, which here ostensibly belongs to Strahd, but still maintaining some semblance of control over it. The moon outside seems to flare brighter for a second as, beaming down from the ceiling of this room, this beam of moonlight shines down upon him as you see the edges of his flesh and exposed skin begin to kind of char in the moonlight himself as he scowls at you. You still have a bonus action and 5 feet of movement if you would like.
I think I will end my turn here.
Okay. At the end of your turn, Strahd is going to use a legendary action to move. With surprising speed, as the moonbeam is called down, he shifts quickly out of it, and then, kind of glaring at you all, gives a kind of throaty chuckle. Says, "I'll see you around. Enjoy your time in the castle, friends." And moving backwards seems to pass straight, or not moving backwards, moving downwards seems to pass straight through the floor. Leaving the throne and place he was standing previously empty.
Well, if he moved down, we just came from that direction, didn't we?
You did. Stefan, it's your turn.
I'll turn around to the others and say, well, what goes down can also come back up. Let's watch our feet, all of us, and the walls too. And he presses his hand to his chest and seems to mutter a little prayer, and sort of faintly golden shimmering light sort of seems to envelop his body as I cast Mage Arbor.
Okay. The
And
spectral
I will
suit
also
armor kind of covers you, and you feel better protected from whatever is to come.
move right over here. 5, 10, yeah. Okay.
All right. At the end of your turn, he's going to use another legendary action. Remember, he's out of sight. Not entirely sure what that is being used on. Next is his turn, actually. Somewhere, something happens. All right.
Well, that's disconcerting.
Arnie.
I am just going to... move up to next to my companions out of the stairwell there, and I'm just going to hold Firebolt if I see Strahd appear in the next turn.
Okay. Sounds good. Zelda.
Right, well, if all of you are going to stay up here, I suppose I'll be the one to take a peek downstairs. I'm gonna turn around and go back down the stairs.
Okay.
I'll yell if I need you.
So you were at the bottom of the stairs, so you'd be about here. You have 30 feet of movement to go wherever you.
Okay. Should I be on a different map?
Yeah, I just changed it to the lower level one.
Okay. I'm not seeing it.
Oh.
Yeah, we're still in the audience.
Oh, there we go.
There it is.
Oh, okay. Probably stuck a lot of load.
Okay. I'm going to... Gonna see... I guess I'll basically get to this edge of the staircase and take a peek down.
Okay. Looking into this kind of hallway, doesn't seem to be anything here. No signs of movement. Nothing seems to have been disturbed or changed since you had been here not but a few seconds ago.
Okay, then I'm going to yell back up. I think the coward fled. And that's my turn.
Okay. For the lyric. Okay. Something happens with Lair action, but not entirely sure because he, for the moment, seems to have vanished from sight entirely. Limbless.
Right. I'll throw my moonbeam outside if I can.
Okay. You can move it up to 60 feet, so that should be doable. Just like outside the window.
Yes. So if I need it later, I can
Alright.
pull it.
Sure.
And could you pull us back to the proper map?
Yeah.
I believe that was my action.
Yep. It's your
Alright.
action to move the moonbeam.
Yes. I will. Those are doors on the east side of the map?
Yes, there's a set of double doors over here and a single door further south near the throne.
I'll use my movement to approach the doors right there.
Okay. Stefan.
Will follow nearby Lamless, and will attempt to use Mage Hand to open that set of doors from right
Okay.
here.
The
Sorry.
doors
Yeah.
open to reveal another set of double doors about 10 feet ahead. Between these two sets of doors, a 10-foot wide corridor stretches north to south, and at each end of the hall, floating in the darkness, is a human skeleton clad in rusted armor and the tattered livery of a castle guard.
All right. I will move there and just step forward a few paces, and then just nod at Lamless, and I'll end my turn there.
Okay.
Back.
Now back to Strahd's turn. Seems to have made for somewhere else in the castle, so at this point I will take us out of initiative order.
Alright, should we go grab Zeldis?
I'll kind of whisper loudly down the staircase. Zeldis, get back up here.
I'm gonna come back up this flight of stairs this time, since it's right here.
Okay.
And with that shout, I will also put light back on my quarterstaff.
Okay.
The devil
Looks like
Strahd has been watching us, and I'm sure he knows what we have, Zeldis. You will be a target.
No more than any of the rest of you, I'm sure.
I hope that is the case. Shall we proceed? See what else is in store of us? Perhaps we'll find Arena in one of these passageways.
Only hope. Alright. Through this morbid corridor then. Or shall we try the other door as well?
I already start stepping forward when he says through this corridor.
All
Ooh,
right.
a bit
and,
hasty, but very well.
The corridor does come to an east to west, at least, comes to an end at another set of double doors. To your north and to your south, you see this human skeleton clad in rusted armor and the tattered livery of a castle guard.
Well, that's
I
cheerful.
press against the doors and see if I hear anything on the other side.
Sure. Make me a perception check. 7. Just as you're kind of listening in, a peal of thunder seems to ring out momentarily, kind of drawing your attention away. But nothing loud, at least on the other side, you seem to know.
Been here a minute and I'm already jumping at the shadows.
Well, then I suggest we
Much.
shed some light on this place.
Right. Let's push open the door.
Pushing.
All right. The door swings open with a bit of a creak to reveal a 20-foot high hall with a dark vaulted ceiling draped with cobwebs. A low moan seems to travel the length of the corridors and rises and falls, intoning sadness and despair.
I hold my quarterstaff with a light out in front of me through the doorway and just kind of peer up into the ceiling area to see if I see anything lingering above us.
Okay, make me a perception check. Five, not so much. It's lots of cobwebs kind of around the room, and in the ceiling in particular. If there is anything there, it seems to be well hidden by the cobwebs.
All right. Shall we?
I suppose so. I'll start slowly walking down the corridor.
Follow behind. One of the lost souls of this castle, perhaps. There are no doubt dozens, if not more.
Lambless, as you reach about the midway point of the hallway, you hear a scraping sound of stone against stone, followed by the squeaking of a bat. Towards the east, you see the fanged visage, outstretched claws, and flapping black cape of a vampire, bearing down on you from above. A deep, throaty chuckle fills the hall. I'd like you all to roll initiative. On here.
Arnita's just not moving very fast.
It's here. All right, Zeldis, you are first.
Okay. How much metagame knowledge are we encouraged to use in this?
As
Right.
little as possible, I would say.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to move up to about there. and point at the vampire and unleash a tirade of vicious mockery.
Okay. Wisdom saving throw. How do you mock the vampire?
I did not actually have the time to compile a list of
That's okay.
of taunts, but let's go with this one. Everybody makes mistakes. I'm sure your parents were otherwise very decent people.
As your string of insults reaches the vampire's ears, it doesn't seem to have any effect. Continues bearing down on you, fangs bared and cape flapping in the wind.
All right, that's my turn.
Okay. Stefan.
Kind of operating on instinct here. I'll step up and just launch a firebolt straight at his face.
Okay. 21 will hit. Go ahead and roll damage. 24, yikes. It was a
Hell yeah.
large kind of bolt of fire is unleashed from. What are you using to cast? Or focus?
My let's see. Main focus, which I imagine is a small little amulet kind of wrapped around his right wrist.
Okay. You hold up the amulet. It's this large kind of blast of fire flies from it, hitting the vampire squarely in the face. As it impacts, the cape combusts around it, and the thing falls from its place on the ceiling, landing on the floor, still kind of a smoldering pile there.
Well, that was
Doesn't seem to be moving.
disappointing. What is this pile of rubbish? I'd like to go investigate the remains of the vampire.
Sure. Make me an investigation check.
I'll let the man with the light. I'll go first and step behind Lamless as he's going to check it.
Okay.
Or sorry, Arnita, actually.
Yeah, right behind him.
A 2.
A 2.
I mean, it's clearly not a vampire, but the blast of fire was pretty sizable and has reduced much of whatever this thing once was to kind of just ash and cinders.
Whatever it was a
Another
trick.
one of- Yes, another one of Strahd's mind games, I suppose.
Do you think us children? Perhaps we'll find an array of puppets waiting for us in the next room. How lovely would that be?
I am eager to
It's on
find
the
out.
floor.
All right, and before you, on the eastern side of the hall, you see another set of double doors, currently closed.
If I poke them with my quarterstaff, do they shimmy open, or or they're not?
They have knobs set into them. Yeah.
All right, I'll mage hand it.
Okay. Don't appear to be locked. With mage hand, the doors are pushed open. Before you, you can see a sculpted stone railing enclosing what appears to be a long balcony overlooking a sort of chapel below. 2 ornate thrones stand side by side in the center of the balcony, covered with dust and strung with cobwebs. The thrones face away from the double doors through which you just entered, or opened, I suppose.
Step into the room. Is there anything else in this area?
Make me an investigation check.
Well, at least no one is sitting in these chairs.
19. It's funny you should mention that. As Lamless pokes around in the room looking for signs of anything else here, Coming to the thrones themselves, you see that entirely covered by the dust and cobwebs are two what look like somewhat humanoid forms. As you kind of peer in closer, one of them kind of slowly reaches a hand back to you with a low, kind of guttural, almost growling moan as it does. I would like you all to roll initiative once again.
Oh dear.
Ah!
There we go.
All right. Lemus, you are up first. You've heard some kind of from the throne in front of you as one of these creatures seems to have noticed you're poking around and is turning towards you.
Oh, delightful. More of Strahd's undead minions. I'd like to take the fox claw used as my druidic focus, blow on it lightly, and cast Produce Flame on them.
Okay. I believe that is a ranged spell attack, so go ahead and roll to hit. That will hit. Which one were you targeting?
We'll target the rightmost one, please.
So this one?
Yes.
The lower of the two? Okay.
Yeah, yes.
That hits. Go ahead and roll damage. 15 points of damage, all right. Or, that was to hit. So just click on Produce Flame in the first one.
My apology.
You're fine. Not on the sheet, so like on the thing that came up in the chat
Not on the
box.
actual name in the
Yeah.
chat.
Hey,
There you
thank
go. 8 points of fire damage. All right. This mode of fire appears in your hand, burning brightly for a second before you reach back and hurl it at this undead creature turning around to face you. It impacts against it, and you see char beginning to form on its chest and face. Not expecting the fire to be thrown in its face.
All right.
Anything else?
I think that will be it. I shout to my teammates to get behind me.
All right. Give me 1 second, actually. I think this is gonna boot me off here. Actually, can you guys still hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, cool. I was gonna call. I didn't know if that would mess it up. Arnita.
Yeah. So which of the two did Lamless shoot here?
Southernmost one.
The southern one.
Sweet. So following immediately behind him and following his direction, I will right here, and gripping tightly to a ruby in my left hand, my right hand that has a little bit of dragon scales kind of creeping onto it starts to crackle with fire, and I'm going to shoot off a firebolt at the bottom one as well.
Okay, go ahead and roll to hit. A 20 will hit. Roll damage. 14 points of fire damage. Still reeling from the burst of flame that Lamb was thrown in its face. It is suddenly assaulted by yet another blast of fire as it kind of stumbles back a little bit from its place on the throne, looking wounded significantly, but not dead.
Wow, these things are sturdier than I expected them to be. And I will step down around the corner just to be next to Lamless in the line.
Okay. This zombie rises from its position on the throne, shaking off the dust and cobwebs covering it, and slowly begins to kind of meander its way over towards, let's say you, Stefan. As it reaches you, it reels back with its head going in for a bite attack against you. It's going to be an 18 to hit.
That'll hit.
For 4 points of piercing damage. as you feel its teeth kind of sink into you as it comes back with a small bit of flesh from your neck. Then, pressing the assault, it raises both of its hands back, which you can see the tips of its fingers bear these sharpened claws and rakes them both across you, one with its left hand, one with its right. It'll be a 10 to hit and a 9 to hit.
I dodge out of the way of both of those.
Okay. Still reeling from the bite, you hit the floor as both of these swings pass over you harmlessly. And stands before you looking hungry, with the kind of taste of flesh in its mouth now, looking like it's hungering for more. Zeldis.
Right, well, after the other two have shot the southern zombie with fire, I'm going to attempt one last sick burn. I'm going to point at it and say, "Oh, you poor thing, you have a face not even a mother could love."
Hell yeah.
So your string of insults reach the zombie. That's a wisdom saving throw, which is going to be a 14. The undead entity seems genuinely hurt by your words, as if some memories of what it was in life float back into its head and lets out this kind of mournful moan at your insults, looking slightly defeated as you mock it. It does seem to be still standing, but it's looking very rough at this point.
Okay. I think I'm gonna stay where I am, too.
Okay. Stefan.
I'll say, someone get over here and get this thing off of me. As it's still kind of returning back from biting me in the neck, I'll reach out to it and kind of jab at it with a hand there.
Okay.
I meant to click. I'm sorry. I meant to do this one.
Okay.
So that's a crit fail. So. Oops.
Yeah, and that one will unfortunately miss. Still kind of reeling from the blow, and this thing is slow and lumbering, more slow than you would be expecting to. So before it can even kind of get itself back in position for another attack, your hand outstretched with little bits of lightning arcing between your fingers, unfortunately meets only air where it was. Bonus action or movement?
I am not gonna. I know that it would probably try and grasp onto my legs as I turn around, so I'm gonna stick where I am for now.
Okay. This zombie with not much left in it is going to, let's see here. Shambling forward is going to go for Lambless, the target kind of directly in front of it. Like its other, and you can see it's severely weakened now. Not looking too great, but with whatever necromantic energy fuels it, it reaches back with its head towards your neck, going in for a bite. It's going to be an 11 to hit.
That's going to miss. I'm going to
All right.
twist out of the way.
All right. Seemingly frustrated by missing its meal, it's going to lash out at you with both of its claws, flailing kind of wildly at this point. It's going to be an 11 to hit and a 15 to hit.
Ending with my shield and quarterstaff, I block both of them.
All right. The first one passes over your head. The second one, you managed to get your shield up in time. It's a resounding kind of hit with whatever power is fueling this thing, but you managed to deflect it away, doing no significant damage to you. Which brings us to you, Lambless.
Delightful. I'm going to raise the Golthias staff I took from Yesterhill and try to give it a nice solid whack across its rotting head.
Okay. Go ahead and roll to hit.
They did not give me...
Nothing like using a
that one
powerful
manually.
magical artifact to just smack somebody in the face.
Not a flex, all right.
15 plus something.
That will hit.
15 plus proficiency plus
Let me check and see what the
Dex.
actual stats are.
Dexes.
I don't think that's a +1 to hit or anything, so we have a quarterstaff attack that should take care of it.
I do not have a quarterstaff attack, actually.
Oh,
They,
okay. Sad.
Yeah, it's a smaller attack. But it should be a
but
plus 4
that will
for
hit.
proficiency plus... Yeah, plus 4 for proficiency.
Okay,
Alright,
that'll
damage,
definitely
it's
hit
just-
as you. It'll be a D6, I believe. Let me just make sure. If there's any.
D6 for
things
single
on
hand,
here.
yes.
Yep. Yep. d6 plus your strength modifier.
which is none.
Okay.
5 damage counts as magical.
5 points of damage as you crack it across the skull. The kind of ashy smoke ever emanating from the Geltai's staff wisps into the air, and this thing lets out a keening moan as it drops to the floor, unmoving in front of you. Would you like to use Vampiric Strike, or?
I would not.
Okay. As it drops to the ground, you feel the kind of staff in your hand. Looking down at your hand, you can see that the Gulthaya staff itself being a questionable item. You see that kind of red residue across your palm from the blood ever seeping from this staff, but sits in your hand, just kind of gives you a bit of an uneasy feeling every time you use it.
Ugh, what a horrid artifact. Do what we must, I suppose.
You took
Bonus
it.
action?
We'll pass on that, thank you.
Okay. Aranita.
So I will take one step over to, or step forward and pivot to my, and with direct sight of this creature flailing towards Stefan, I'm just going to fire off another firebolt.
All right, go ahead and roll to hit. A 23 will definitely hit the flailing zombie. As it's preoccupied with trying to make a meal out of Stefan, it's hit in the side, not expecting it at all, leaving a large kind of burn mark on its side from where the mote of fire exploded. It's looking a little bit off balance, a little bit rough from the blast, but still seems intent on having its meal.
Sweet. And with that, the kind of edges of my robe sleeve are slowly kind of burning away with my fire. And I will take a few more steps forward over to this balcony area and see if I can get a quick glance down to see what's down.
Sure. Looking over the edge, let's see. Give me a second. You would see dim-colored light filtering through tall, broken, and boarded-up windows of stained glass, which dimly illuminates the ancient chapel of Ravenloft. A few bats flutter about near the top of the 90-foot-high domed ceiling, and the balcony on which you stand on runs the length of the west wall, about 50 feet off the floor. You can see down below benches coated with centuries of dust lying about the floor in jumbled disarray. Beyond this debris, lit by a piercing shaft of light, an altar stands upon a stone platform. The sides of the altar are carved with bas-reliefs of angelic figures entwined with grapevines, and the light from above seems to fall directly on a silver statuette. A cloaked figure is draped over the altar, and a black mace lies on the floor near its feet.
So I guess he has a church in the castle. Never took him as a religious man. And that'll be my turn.
Okay. As Arnita peers over the edge to get a look at the chapel, this zombie is going to, undeterred, continue trying to attack Stefan here in front of it. First with a bite, kind of fueled by this hunger, which is going to be a 20 to hit.
That'll do it.
For 2 points of damage. It's not a solid wound, just enough to kind of draw a little bit of blood. Then it continues flailing at you with its claws as well. It's going to be 22 to hit for 5 points of slashing damage. And a 6 to hit. As it manages to catch you with one of its claws, you this time instinctively move out of the way of the second one, which finds only air. And that's going to be the zombie. Zeldis.
I'm gonna stroll up this way and just say, Stefan, how are you feeling?
I'll say, I can make it. Let's take this one out.
Very well. I'm going to use a bonus action to activate my Sun Sword.
Okay.
And then I'm going to use my action to drive it with both hands, hopefully into the zombie.
All right. 22 will definitely hit. So 11 points of radiant damage and an extra 1d8 because it is undead.
Yep.
For 13. The blade kind of pierces into this thing, then pulses with bright light from within, blasting apart a good portion of its chest. You see it. The zombie now has this large kind of hollow cavity where its chest once was. But for all intents and purposes, it should be dead, but it looks like it just has a little bit of life left, or necromantic energy left, I suppose. Still fueling it and keeping it going. And you are now emitting sunlight out to 15-foot radius dim, and then another 15, or 15-foot bright, and then another 15-foot dim.
Okay.
It's standing, but it looks like just barely.
I'm going to turn to Stefan and say, I bet it'll make you feel better if you can get the last hit in.
I nod. Okay, so
Stefan.
gonna try for that. Oh no.
This time you reach out with your hand and meet the gap in the kind of center of its chest that was just blown out by the sun sword itself. Unfortunately, finding only air once again. Bonus action? Or...
Got nothing. I'll just try kind of do my best to stay out of its way, but that's it for the turn.
Landless.
You all have those days, my friend. I'll move over to the balcony to get a clear shot. And then I will once again lift my little fox skull and blow on it, casting Produce Flame.
Alright. Go ahead and roll to hit. A 28 will hit. Roll damage for the sake of it, but it has 1 HP left. Easily enough, the fox skull's eyes glow kind of red from their hollow sockets as its mode of fire flares out towards them, consuming the zombie, which falls with a moan, leaving the sickly smell of burning undead flesh in the room. But the room does stand silent.
Abominations of nature these are. All right there, Stefan.
Was taken off guard there. Definitely threw me off my game.
Are you feeling all right?
Wouldn't mind some healing. If you wouldn't mind sparing it. We never know when the Devil Strahd could return to ambush us.
Yes, hold still, please. I'll cast Healing Word on him.
Okay.
Unfortunately, all I could do was cauterize the wounds, if you'd like.
6 hit points to Stefan.
That does sting a little, but I do feel better.
Alright, you see the
That's a
chapel
Great.
below you, yeah.
I think I accidentally combined your two remarks there. Oh well.
You see the chapel below you, dimly illuminated by the lights filtering in, as well as to the west of this balcony. You can see a staircase looking like it leads downward.
Place of beauty, now left to decay. Fitting.
Most poetic. Well then, my friends, where do you think we should go?
I wouldn't mind taking a closer look at that altar.
DM, how far down was that drop from the balcony again? You said 60 feet?
I think it was 50, let me check.
Yeah, let's check the stairs here.
It is 50 feet above the chapel.
Okay, rad. And the rest of this hallway running north to south here, that's all meeting wall or banister?
So it's banister on this side, on the eastern side of it, and then it seems to be meeting wall on the western side of it, except for in this one place where a staircase looks like it heads downward into darkness.
And so the areas to the north and south are just hallways with walls then? Those aren't also banisters along the east?
No, those are walls.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure.
I'm going to turn my sun sword off and move towards the stairs.
Okay.
I'll follow them. In second position.
Okay. Below you, you see a staircase looking like it's made of old wood, which as you step on it strains underfoot, creaking and groaning.
Going to very carefully go down the staircase.
All
I
right.
will follow.
As you round the corner, actually, you come face to face with what looks like another one of the creatures that you had just slain. You hear this shuffling noise coming up the stairs, and notably, this creature, while resembling the other ones in its state of decay, seems to be missing its legs and is just pulling itself up the stairs with its arms, moaning, kind of in pain as it does. It's one down, so you're not directly on top of it. Looks like it's shambling up the stairs. Since you're still in initiative, we'll just drop him on something here. To 9. So limbless.
Right. I think I shall. If I use Thorn Whip, could I pull him closer to me? Given my
You
threat?
could
No.
pull him into this space over here.
But everyone else would still be in range, yes?
Except for Stefan.
Alright. I'll step forward then.
Okay.
And give it a nice solid whack with that Gothias staff.
Sure. Roll to hit.
I have added the Gothias staff.
Nice. 23 will definitely hit. Roll damage. For 5 points of bludgeoning damage. A solid bonk across the head. And actually, hits. Stick. The leg is already missing. You bring it down kind of on its waist, kind of almost spine-crushing blow. Still seems to be moving, but looks wounded. As it was shambling its way up, it was already missing half its body, so it doesn't look like it was quite as hardy as the other ones, but it's looking pretty beat up in its state. You almost feel a little bit sorry for the thing.
Alright, I think that's my turn.
All right. Arnita.
This is not directly in relation to my turn, but is a important clarifying question for me. Are diagonals considered melee range
They
by
would be,
raw?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I wasn't sure if that was just a table rule that I've been playing with forever, or if that was
No,
actually
I'm pretty
like
sure
rules as
it's
written. I wanted
rules
to
as
That's a
written.
universal. The movement, I think, is normally just considered normal, but some tables might have it like double or 1.5 or something.
Right. Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure where this stood in terms of melee range.
Yeah.
But from where I am at, my robe sleeve continuing to burn back, the ruby in my left hand will light up again, and I'm going to shoot a firebolt at the sad beast climbing up the stairs.
Okay. Roll to hit. That's a natural 20. We'll definitely hit. Roll damage.
Rad. So do I click the name of the spell twice then to
No, you
roll?
just click it once and it should
Automatically does it.
automatically do the crit.
Oh, rad. Hot damn.
25 points of fire damage. Zeldis, you'll have to duck out of the way almost as the amulet is holding his hand flares this bright red lighting up the hallway, and veritable kind of torrent of fire flies over your shoulder towards this thing, immolating it as it lets out this terrible wail of pain, falling into a pile of ash on the staircase.
Oh, that was a bit more potent than I expected it to be. Apologies.
Remind me never to stand between you and an enemy again.
Noted.
Also, if everybody wants to go to their character sheet and hit the little cogwheel, there is an option to auto-roll both the damage and the crit. whenever you roll for anything.
Nice, good call.
All right. Is the plan to continue downward?
Continuing downwards,
Indeed, onward.
stepping carefully
Right.
over this pile of ashes.
Yep.
I kind of kick it a little bit.
Kind of. The ash and dust shifts as you do so. That should be it. All right. Second. As you reach the bottom of the staircase, you see the arched room connects to a vast chamber to the east and a staircase that rises to the west. Alcoves in the north and south walls hold 8-foot-tall sculptures of helmed knights with muscular builds. Black shadows fall across their faces.
Lamlis, be careful.
Understood, but we must proceed eventually. Step into the room. Look around a bit.
Right. Statues don't seem to move at your advance. They just fill you with a little bit of a feeling of unease, but otherwise seem to not molest you in any way. As you enter the chapel, you can now see that strung down from the dome ceiling over to the ruined stained glass window above rests a gossamer blanket of webbing, at the center of which sits a humanoid lump, which twitches every so often.
Well, that is most
And
disturbing.
directly above the altar.
Did anyone else see that move?
Yes.
Most worrisome. What
Let's...
foul desecration has Strahd been up to in here?
Don't like it.
Well, we can either blast it with fire, or we could just let it be.
I'm intrigued by whatever lies on that altar. So, I'll put one vote towards blasting it with fire.
I may second that. I saw something glimmering in the lights from up on the balcony.
And you did. You see, slumped over the altar itself, the bit of webbing with whatever moving within seems to be hanging kind of above the altar. But slumped over the altar itself is a figure wearing a dark cape, a mace on the ground to the side, and the light from the windows falls in a single shaft on a kind of silver statuette of sorts, resting atop the altar.
Well, if we wish to burn away whatever abomination that is, I am ready to do so.
I can prepare mine as well. On 3?
Yes. Very well.
Hold on. If it survives, if whatever it is still moving after the fall, I'll hold my action to firebolt it at that point.
Okay.
Right. I will prepare my produce flame.
All right.
I'm going to Sunsword.
Okay. The platinum hilt, normally missing a blade, explodes with brilliance as the blade of light is produced.
Cool. And little cinders start dancing on my hand as a firebolt preps up and ready to fire.
All right.
Give us a countdown.
3, 2, 1.
I'll release my spell as well.
All right. Who's attacking the actual web or cocoon?
I will
20.
attack the web.
Okay. So go ahead and roll to hit at the web.
Yeah, this was at the body that was like clutching. That you said was moving a little.
So there's something inside this web-like cocoon that seems to be shifting around.
Okay, cool. So yeah,
okay, but you're rolling
attacking the
with that, okay.
cocoon.
That'll do it. As the mote of fire flies from the fox's skull, the webbing is consumed by flame, revealing inside looks like a humanoid figure, kind of pale green-colored skin, which cackles wildly as the flames are released, and screaming like a wild animal, but the screams are shortly silenced by the bolt of fire flying directly at her face, and consuming her with it. After the prepared spell, the humanoid figure falls slumping across the altar, joining the other body on there, unmoving and smoldering. But quite noticeably dead.
My goodness.
That was unpleasant.
I hope we didn't just kill a potential ally.
Well, no one else in
The
here
sounds of it, I
seems to have
think
been
not.
particularly pleasant guess.
Well, let's
You're right.
at least
We
see.
spared her from a worse fate.
Let's at least see what was glinting over here. I would like to examine this whole area to see if there's
I would-
anything interesting.
Taking extra care with
Alright.
that body, I would like to see if I can kind of poke it with my leg, make sure it's not going to come over and bite me in the neck.
Sure. Which body? The one that you just...
Oh, sorry.
Firebolt?
The one that we saw was already clutching something, not the
Okay, gotcha.
formerly cocooned person.
Not the new body
Okay.
that we just made.
Gotcha. Actually, give me 1 second here.
Actually, scratch that, if possible. I know I already said it, but if possible, I'd like to just kind of poke it a bit with my mage hand.
Okay. As you all kind of look around the room, you hear what sounds like a cough behind you from the doors kind of to the west of the hall. And you see standing there, looking at you all with a bit of a smile, is Strahd von Zarovich. I'd like you all to roll me initiative here.
Oh, he's
since
back.
His stealth did beat all of your passive perceptions, which I think the highest of which was a 19. This first round, you were all considered surprised.
Do I need to do it again?
Click on your token and do it again, and I'll just change it to whatever you rolled first.
It's weird, because it did show up for a moment.
Mm-hmm. And then I think it got cleared.
Okay. Alright. Well, oh, it'll still be an 18.
Okay, so Zelda's your first one was a 9,
Correct.
and Stefan was an 18. I need a 10. Gotcha. Okay. For this first round, you were all considered surprised, since the stealth was higher than all of your passive perceptions. He kind of looks across the room, studying all of you, and there's a small kind of glimmer in his eye for a moment as he looks towards you, Arnita. And I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Don't look at me like that. Big yikes.
3. All right. Something comes over your mind, as your thoughts begin to kind of race. Why are we here to kill him? Strahd isn't our enemy. He's my friend. He's someone who should be heeded and trusted and protected. And as he sees your kind of hostile expression lower, he speaks to you in a tongue which you, being a Draconic sorcerer, are familiar with, in Draconic. Do any of the rest of you know Draconic?
I don't think I do.
I do not.
Think I
Okay.
do.
You do?
I said I don't think I do.
Okay. In that case, I will PM you what he says.
Very good. And you all hear me respond in Draconic as well.
With that done, he is going to kind of just gives you a nod of understanding and begins to move backwards. There. Stefan, you were surprised, so you can't take actions or reactions this turn. At the end of your turn, he's going to use a bonus action to continue moving. And his lair action again. I'm going to keep forgetting that, but the edges of him still kind of waft with this mist off him, making him seem almost ethereal and somewhat translucent. So he's going to use a legendary action at the end of your turn to continue moving. And steps a little bit closer to the wall. Lamless, you were also surprised. And at the end of your turn, he's going to use another legendary action to... you see him now kind of further down the corridor. Actually, I'm not sure if you would see him even with your light up. He's now pretty far away, but he's more or less... yeah, he would be out of your vision now. You watch him kind of step backwards in the hallway into darkness. I'm not entirely sure where he's gone. Marita, you're also surprised. Zealous, you're also surprised. The start of his turn. All right, Stefan, finally managed to collect yourself from whatever just happened, but it seems like your host appeared for a moment, said something, and then disappeared once again into the darkness.
Okay. I'll look cautiously at Arnita and say, "What did you just say?"
It's time to go.
Right. Time to go where?
He said it's too dangerous here. He's a friend. We have to trust him.
I look around at the others. I say, I think our friend is perhaps a bit confused about our situation.
Does your
If-
will waver so easily, my hot-blooded friend?
We're not wavering. It's dangerous here.
Are we still in initiative, or?
I guess we can say no, unless anyone would like to try and pursue him directly.
Okay, while I am still concerned about what's going on with Aranita, I would like to use Mage Hand to poke that existing dead body right there.
Okay. It does not seem to respond to your poke. It kind of moves a little bit, then slides off the altar, falling on the ground, unmoving.
Okay, in that case, I would like to take a look at the thing it is grasping.
Okay. It appears to be a mace, which had fallen on the floor next to it. Looks like it's pretty good quality. Make me an Arcana check. 11. It definitely seems magical, just the kind of glint off it and its relative condition compared to everything else in this chamber. But you're not entirely sure what it is or what its properties would be. Seems to be a mace of some kind.
And I'd like to also take a look at the thing on the altar, if possible.
Okay. That is doable. What is your alignment, by the way?
I am, I'll say neutral good.
Okay. You reach out and touch the item on the altar. Nothing seems to happen. You pick it up. It appears to depict, looks like a kind of someone dressed in monk's vestments, kneeling with both palms outstretched. Make me an Arcana check. 13. Again, also seems to be magical. You're not entirely sure what the properties of this are either.
Okay. Not have. Oh, okay. Oh, lovely. Wait, okay, so when we have spells on our pre-gen characters, but they aren't prepared, that is for if we...
Ritual, I believe.
We wouldn't really have time
for
to
you,
take a
it would be
long
your
rest, would we?
ritual one. You not at a long rest now, because the time limit on this is 8 hours. But
I do
welcome
forget
to
that
the short
it's
rest.
a ritual.
I think the ones you have on there that aren't prepared are your ritual spells, which you can take some time to
Makes a
ritual
lot of
cast if you
sense.
would like.
Okay, if possible, I say, let us take a brief moment to recover here, perhaps? Or maybe we should find a safer place, if there is such a thing.
Safety would arrive only momentarily, and I'm going to walk over to one of the windows and start looking outside.
Okay.
I put the thing back in my pocket and I say, that should be our priority. I am curious at what these items are. Could aid us in any way. Perhaps they are mere distractions.
Well, you said pondering this not long after. Appearing within the chapel itself, not from outside the window, is a flaming horse, seemingly bursting into appearance from nowhere. Mane of fire, eyes burning red hot, and steam kind of from its mouth. It appears next to Arnita. And for the sake of this, I would just like you all to roll me initiative.
Fucking course, I roll high now.
Not a bad time to roll high. All right, first up, Arnita.
It's a bad time for me to roll high. You all see my casting hand that has the dragon scales kind of creeping onto it from under my sleeve. Reach out and touch the horse creature. And I turn to you all and say, he's going to take us to safety. Come on. And I'm going to try and mount the horse.
Okay, easy enough. Takes half your movement to do so, and he seems to allow you to.
Cool. Yep, I jump up on his back. And
Okay.
That is my turn.
Lambless.
No, I'm going to. Let's see. I'm going to run up a bit closer. Maybe. Oh my god, my full. Here, and I'm going to cast Thorn Whip on Arnita and hopefully pull him back toward us.
Okay. Roll to hit.
Please hit me.
My baby, one more time.
Will a 14 hit?
Nope. 15 AC.
Oh.
Fortune just kind of whips off his draconic scales to no kind of effect. Bonus action?
Nothing I can do with it. Here.
All right.
Magic bonus
On
action? It is not.
Bucephalus' turn, he, with Arnita mounted, begins to run kind of westward. But then after a few steps, vanishes with Arnita as well. At this point, since you are on another plane of existence, Arnita, the charm effect on you breaks. However, you see everything around you, besides
What
the
the
flaming
hell?
horse, in kind of shades of gray. You see the chapel, you see everyone else, but they're kind of wispy, smoky, almost ethereal.
Zeldis? Stefan? Lamnus, can you hear me?
None of the rest of you can hear him.
And just for clarity's sake, Arnita is female.
Okay, sorry.
That's what
No
I
worries.
But they don't seem to respond. They seem to be looking around confused as to where you just went, and everything around you seems kind of ghostly and translucent. There isn't a floor or anything, per se. You're just alone with this flaming horse, mane of fire.
Rad. That's metal as fuck, but also help me.
Zeldis.
Well, we can't see Bucephalus, right?
No, they have... Both Bucephalus and Arnita have vanished from sight.
And, Kana check if possible. Would I understand like the nature of what it was if this was teleportation or like etherealness or something?
That's a good question.
On your turn you can, because we are still in initiative order here.
Can I use an Arcana check to figure out what has happened?
Sure. Yeah, make me an Arcana check.
Nice.
11, you're not entirely sure. However, it doesn't seem like standard invisibility as far as you can tell. Might have been teleportation, might have been some kind of planar travel.
Oh dear. Well, I don't know where they went, but I don't think it's here anymore. We should get moving. And I'm going to... are there any other exits from this room other than the staircase we came down and these double doors?
There is another hallway kind of south of you, which appears to lead to an alcove of sorts, and then to looks like a landing of a larger staircase which heads up and down.
Okay. I'll see... Yeah, I can get around there with 30 feet. Yeah, I guess that's my turn.
All right. Stefan.
I guess I will use that action to try and make a quick sense of what just happened.
With an Arcana check, you're familiar with the sort of creature that just appeared. You've seen Strahd astride one of these things before as well. It's a creature known as a nightmare. It is Strahd's mount, one that he is quite fond of. You know that nightmares are fiendish creatures from the hells, kind of horses which are created when the wings are torn off a Pegasus in a fairly brutal ritual. They shed bright light. They confer fire resistance to the rider. They are themselves immune to fire. And most notably and relevant to what happened here, they are able to enter the ethereal plane from the material plane, vice versa, along with willing creatures beside it.
Okay. I'm going to make my way over here next to Zeldis, and say over to Lemlis, they're in the ethereal plane now. Unless we can find a way to get her back before whatever Strahd plans to do with her, she's lost.
Have either of you way to break your way in? I don't believe my magic can take us there.
Into the ethereal plane?
Indeed.
Let me see. No.
Oh, unfortunately, I have no such capability.
Bollocks.
Creature she rides. It can use this ability rather frequently. I would expect Strahd is using it as a way to take her directly to him. We can surely dispatch her without the nuisance of us getting in the way.
That's a grim thought.
Which direction was the nightmare flying before it disappeared?
Seemed to be heading west from directly where it was, so like it, yeah, this way.
I say, perhaps we should follow in its directions. It is still constrained by the landscape of this world. Perhaps Strahd is hiding upstairs somewhere.
Yes, perhaps if we can reach his
With the-
destination first.
With a 28 Arcana check, you would know, kind of as part of this ethereal stride thing. When it's in the material plane, it is constrained to the architecture of the castle and such. However, in the ethereal plane, it can travel freely, basically wherever it wants, through walls, anywhere.
I used the
Yeah.
wrong word there in character, but what I meant was it's not a completely different world. It will still have to go to where Strahd is physically located to find him. So, yeah. I mean, I didn't see if Strahd was in the ethereal plane. Obviously, that's beyond my knowledge, but...
DM, does message work across planar boundaries?
Let me check.
The only restrictions that read on the spell description are magical silence, a foot of stone, an inch of common metal, and a thin sheet of lead.
It
And
may
also,
be
the
the
membrane
5%...
of the membrane of the living planes, doesn't really,
Right.
I think it's a
but
5% chance of failure.
I know
think
sending has a
sending
5%
works,
chance of
yeah.
failure. I don't know about message.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought you were talking about sending.
For sake of this, I'll go ahead and say that there's a 5% chance of failure for it.
Okay, so do I know where I am atop the horse?
You appear to be in more or less the same place where you left. You mean like whether you're in another plane or not?
So, plane aside, I recognize that they cannot hear me. Has the horse continued to gallop, or
No,
am
it
I
seems to be
still, or
stopped
are we
here.
still in place?
In
Okay, so we're
place.
still essentially by the window right now, but
Yeah.
I'm just okay.
Probably like a few
So-
feet this way as it moved, but
Okay, so knowing that I do not have the ability to, actually, would I recognize that I'm on another plane of existence?
make me an Arcana check. Well, I mean, just make me an Arcana check. You know you're definitely not where you left off, and the kind of shimmering, translucent nature of the area around you. Yeah, you'd be able to recognize that you were in the ethereal plane.
Rad. So knowing that I am not in Kansas anymore, I am fully gonna stay on this horse because I know that I can't get back, and I'm going to point at Lamless and whisper into the ruby in my left hand. We're still in the room. The horse is still by the window, but I appear to have been teleported to another plane.
Can I get a chance to reply?
Let's
Yes?
see.
Oh, you have to roll
You
for failure.
can reply to this message.
Yep. The message does find its target.
Rad.
I'll reply. Are you safe, my friend? Are you in any sort of danger there?
At this point, the horse, which you're atop of, turns to you and lets out a puff of kind of fire from its nostrils, looking hostile. And I believe it was your action to send the message, so.
It was.
You did get a reply back from Lamless.
All right, I'll
The
tell
rest
my
of you. Yeah,
I'll tell my
what would you
other
like to be doing?
people.
We are your other peeps.
Yes, I'll tell them. I got a psychic message from Arnita. She's still in this room. There's not much else I can do. If we're still initiative board, I'd like to ready produce flame, ignite a little spark in my hand,
Okay.
and I'll set the trigger to attack the first Strahd. If I see either Bucephalus or Strahd, I guess I don't know the name. The Nightmare or Strahd.
Sure. For its part, Bucephalus is now going to try and buck you off its back, Arnita, onto the ground. So I'd like you to make me an athletics or an acrobatics check.
Sweet.
Roll it again.
Shit. Hey!
17. You managed to keep a hold on this creature, which is seemingly hostile to you now and is trying to get you off it. Presumably so they can attack you.
I am not going anywhere until you take me back.
The rest of you at this point, is there anything you would like to be doing in general? Because at this point, Cephalus is going to try and beat down Arnita on the ethereal plane.
I'm gonna move back this way.
I'm gonna move there. Whatever, I'm just gonna go for it. I'm gonna pick up the mace that was on the ground.
Okay.
So nothing bad? Well, okay, not that
Nope,
I'd know.
Nothing
Alright,
seems
nice.
to happen.
Yet.
So you're all just waiting for something to appear back in the room, or?
I'd like to make my way slightly more over here. I'll say we should have a plan. This is a stalling tactic of something. There's no telling what's going on or what they're doing. We don't want to be standing around like little ducks.
I am a bit surprised that Aranita is still in this room. I would have taken this as some sort of tactic to split us up. I'm also going to look at Lamless and say, let us know if you get any more messages.
Will do, of course.
Okay. Aranita. Bucephalus definitely seems to be hostile and is trying to get you off it.
Okay. I am going to cast Reduce.
Okay. Is that a Constitution saving throw? Or just go ahead and click on the spell for me, please. Interesting. Okay. So Constitution saving throw, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a 14, which I believe fails,
It fails.
as Bucephalus shrinks in size
Shrinks
down to
medium size.
pony size.
Hell yeah. And if possible, since he's no longer large enough to ride, I'm just going to try and hold on to his reins and keep him in my grip with my other hand.
Okay. We'll say you're currently grappling him, so only to try and break out of it.
And I'll just shout, "Take me back!"
As the rest of you, Stefan, Zeldis, and Lamless, let me know if there's anything else you would like to do. But if there's not, then resolve what's going on in the ethereal plane here. All right,
I can't think of anything to do that would help right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of at a loss.
Actually,
Okay, I didn't hear anything you just said, but that was the
Everybody sounds like a robot right now. I can't hear anything.
This
Yeah.
is not just alright, yeah.
I think it might just be our illustrious DM.
It appears so.
try leaving and then jumping back in.
Okay.
Did it work?
hear you.
Okay.
Ooh, no. Still Robo.
You sound fine though.
I can try. Uh,
Kaya, you said you can hear me fine?
Yeah, you sound perfectly fine.
Okay, yeah, you do too.
let's try going on.
I'm going to set this screen to a break screen, and I'm going to mute us so we can figure out what's going on. Yes, there you are. Yeah?
All right.
Alright.
In that case, where were we? So, Arnita, you're no longer Strahd Bucephalus, correct? You're just holding on to his reins? Looks like he
Yes,
cannot
and
be ridden
actually,
anymore this turn.
as my turn already passed, but since he has not acted yet, can I make a small edit to my cast from my previous turn, or are we passed?
Yeah. Yeah, what would you like to do?
I would like to use a sorcery point to also twin the spell and enlarge myself.
Okay. As you grow in size, there's now a smaller kind of pony and you larger in size stand. He, for his tenacious part, is now going to try to beat you down as his master commanded.
Excellent.
Attacking you with his hooves, which is going to be a 20 to hit. Whoever does
One less D4.
1d4 less damage.
But yeah, 20 hits.
Okay. So -3, so 6 points of bludgeoning damage plus 6 points of fire damage as his fiery hooves batter against you. And he stands smaller now. Is this concentration? Yeah. So I need to make me a Constitution saving throw as well to maintain concentration on the spell.
You got it.
That sounds adorable though. Just a giant Aranita and a teeny tiny little pony.
Oh no.
Oh no, that was so good
Ooh.
though.
And back I go, I guess.
Yeah, unfortunately, your concentration on the spell is broken as he grows back in size and Arnita shrinks down to her normal size.
Shoo.
Tenacious little pony there.
You truly
are-
need to take a deep breath and stop.
This was planned. Just until told otherwise, I'm just going to assume the rest of you are waiting for some sign of something visible in the room, or until you
Actually-
receive another message at least.
I have message 2. So,
Okay.
oh wait, does it say? I'm just
Um,
gonna keep at quickly hello, what is going on? Are you okay? Are you alive? Just going for things like that and only expecting few word answers, I suppose.
Okay. It was a creature in range and whisper message. So I'll say basically send the message to where you last saw her, which
Yeah,
is
yeah.
doable. So Arnita, you hear these messages in mind, and you can respond in turn.
So I would do my best to describe what has transpired so far and let the team know I'm trying to get it to take me back, but I don't know how. It seems intent on dispatching me and keeping me here.
Relay this to the rest. It's keeping her there. It's trying to beat her down. Or even if she would manage to dispatch it, there's no way of guaranteeing her return to this realm.
If, is this something that we would know out of character, if Aranita leaves the nightmare, whether she would plop back into material plane or stay there?
Did you roll an Arcana check already?
I will do so now.
Sure. 19. Yeah, her only ticket back is atop this nightmare. Otherwise, she's more or less stuck there unless the rest of you have any way of entering the ethereal plane or bringing people back.
Do not, to my knowledge.
And I assume that
Possible for me.
most spells we could cast don't really cross planes.
Yeah, that's correct.
Would it be possible for me to stand where I lost Aciduous and start waving my staff, hoping I can somehow
Sure.
distract it?
You can certainly try. You move into the kind of space, and Arena, you see this kind of spectral form of Lambless standing inside of this flaming horse now, waving a staff about, but seemingly to no kind of real effect.
Well, they're trying.
All right. Arnita.
I'm gonna fucking do it again because it's all I have. I'm gonna
Okay.
twin, enlarge, reduce, and try and shrink him down and grow myself.
Okay. That's a 22, so he manages to resist. However, you do grow in size.
And I'm gonna keep my hands on his reins.
All right. Lemus, make me a performance check.
Let's go.
9. You're not sure if you're doing anything, but in the ethereal plane, Arnita, Bucephalus seems undeterred by Lambless waving his staff around. Bucephalus is going to try and pull its reins free, essentially, and break the grapple. So make me an athletics check to try and hold on to him, with advantage because you are enlarged.
Oh, good, my strong suit.
Cool. Managed to keep a hold on him, actually.
Wow.
Hell yeah!
Your large form keeping a tight hold on the reins, and bucks and tries to seemingly get free from you, but he's held in place and grappled.
In pulling while I'm flexing, not that anybody can see, but my robes is starting to like singe away over my arms.
I'm gonna try using Bardic Inspiration. I'm going to pull out my lute and play a song and see if Aranita is quote unquote within 60 feet of me, who can hear me, And
Okay.
yeah.
I believe she can hear in muted tones. It just sounds muffled. But she can hear you nonetheless. So Arnita, go ahead and take is it a
D10.
I'm not sure what it is at this level. A D10 inspiration die.
Hell yeah.
And you can use that on ability checks, attack rolls, or saving throws.
All right. Stefan, is there anything you'd like to do or try doing?
I guess just keep sending messages. Did Lemlis relay that of Aranita attempting to sort of I don't know, Cephalus's reins, or like break him in to ride him?
Lambless? Lambless can't actually see what's going on.
Oh,
I have no idea what's going on. I'm just
Okay, for some reason,
I'm
okay.
trying my best here.
I misunderstood that. Never mind. Yeah, so I don't know anything. I'm just gonna keep sending quick messages to see if she's still alive or not.
Is message a cantrip?
Okay. It is,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay, great.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, so long as you all are sending messages, Aranita would be actively describing the situation to you all beat.
All right, Arnita.
Okay. I am going to, like, I'm not going to ride the horse because I'm its size now, but I'm going to straddle the horse and take out my dagger, and with one hand pulling on the reins and the other with my dagger, I'm going to like stab it and kick and just say, "Let's go home."
All right, roll to hit. That will miss, unfortunately. Unaccustomed to your large size and really using a dagger in general, it almost kind of slips out of your hand as you plunge the blade downward, and it's bucking wildly, kind of trying to get you off.
And I will quicken spell a firebolt
Okay.
into the back of its head.
Okay. Roll to hit for the sake of it. With disadvantage because it's in melee range. 14 would still hit, as the modifier explodes against the back of its head. It seems undisturbed by it at all.
Yeah,
It seems the fire had no effect on it.
that was what I was worried about. Okay, that's my turn, I guess. I'm just gonna keep pulling and trying to force him to leave.
May have been why I asked you guys what languages you took. See if anyone else had Draconic. But Cephalus is going to try and buck you off again. So go make me an athletics check. Advantage.
Hey.
13 will do it. You managed to keep hold on him for another round in place.
I'm bigger than you, and we're going where I say.
Okay, I'm gonna yell to
Zelda's.
everybody, look away. And now knowing that Aranita is within range of things, I'm going to try casting Hypnotic Pattern.
Okay, let me check one.
Okay, got it. Looking away.
So the way the ethereal plane works, and you would know this from your Arcana check, generally you can only affect, and while you're on the ethereal plane, you can only affect and be affected by other creatures on that plane.
Okay.
So you wouldn't know this based on your last Arcana check, but the spell wouldn't be able to affect something on the ethereal plane.
Okay.
It would see some sort of patterns, but a lot of the magic that was part of it, which actually comprise the effect, is too hazy to actually cross the planar border.
Okay, in that case, take that back.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not looking away. Worth a shot, I suppose.
Good thought. Stefan?
I'll just keep on messaging.
Communication is kept up between you, so based on what Arnita is conveying to you, you have a decent idea of what's going on, at least in this Imperial plane here.
Right. She's trying to go home. It's not really listening to her. I don't know if there's much we can do, but if we can, whatever she can do to break it to her will.
Arnita.
I'm going to use Minor Illusion to conjure up the voice of Strahd and tell Bucephalus to return to the material plane.
Okay. Make me a performance check. Hold on. Bucephalus has served Strahd for a long time and seems to know the voice of his master well. Doesn't seem to respond. Good thought, though. Continues trying to get you off, essentially.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep holding. That's all I got.
All right. Lambless.
Alright, since I apparently am good with animals, can I try shouting advice at how to get a horse to do what you want at him?
Sure. And it's a little hard to actually hear across planes. Make me a performance check, and Arnita make me a perception check. If you manage to hear him, then I will say you have help on your next check to control Bucephalus or anything.
It'll be funny if this is like the one
unfortunately
time
not,
in
with-
any campaign that animal handling is.
Yep.
Yeah, I had the same thought. Can I add my bardic inspiration so that I can hear this?
You can certainly try. Yeah. So roll a d10.
Shit.
7. Yeah. Still, unfortunately, just the commotion, Bucephalus whinnying. You sure Lambless saying something, but it's kind of muted almost. You can't make out the words or exactly what they're trying to convey to you. Bucephalus is going to try and buck you off again. So
No.
make me an athletics check with advantage because you're enlarged. He's rolling so
Back
badly.
the fuck up, horse.
You managed to keep a hold on him. He's rolling so badly. Zeldis.
Zeldis is actually just gonna look over at Lambless and say, keep me informed. And I'm gonna move all the way back over here and start peeking this way.
Okay, so up that staircase, kind of?
Yeah, this way.
Okay, so it seems to, you can see it leading to a landing with the staircase going upward or downward. You'd have to go a little bit further to actually see anything you could see up or down those stairs.
I'll keep moving next turn.
Okay. Stefan.
I'm gonna continue the message, and then I'm gonna here. Kind of following not too far behind Zeldis. We don't want to get too separated, but we've also been standing here for like 30 seconds now. I'm starting to feel a little anxious.
All right, Arnita. Actually, back to the top of the initiative. All right, Arnita.
Rad. Reading over Minor Illusion can't create like a figure, can it?
It's limited to a 5-foot cube, and Strahd is 6'4", I'm pretty sure. So
Got it. Okay, cool.
Wouldn't be able to bring him, unfortunately.
I am more forcibly going to use Minor Illusion to try and shout a command to return me again, because I think that's my best option.
Okay, make me a performance check.
Oh!
Okay, the horse kind of pauses for a moment, seemingly stopping and looking around for where the source of the voice emanated from, but seems more docile for the moment at least. Lambless.
All right. Not much more I can do to help, is there? I'm going. I'm going to ready produce flame again.
Okay.
Same condition as before if Strahd or I find Strahd or Bucephalus.
Okay. For his part, convinced now by the voice of his master commanding him to return, you both fly back into the material plane very suddenly, and Lambless, you see Bucephalus appearing directly before you, as well as a very, very large Aranita, kind of half mounted on him.
Kill the stupid horse!
Yeah, I'll stumble back in shock and then release my produce flame instinctively.
Okay.
Oh, it's not gonna work. Oops. Oh well.
Yeah, roll the hit for the sake of it, but at disadvantage because it's close. 13 would still hit. Mode of fire explodes against a horse's side, but doesn't seem to have an effect.
With my reaction, can I just release the reins and just like not be in contact with this fucking thing anymore?
Sure, yeah. I'll allow it. Alright,
Alright, glad to have you back with us.
I am here to kill this horse.
Zeldas.
Well,
Kill it
Zelda's-
before he pulls that shit again.
Zelda has the worst timing with moving. Let's see how much I can move back. Oh, yeah. Let's move over here and take a swipe with my sword.
Sure, roll to hit.
Nope.
It's gonna miss, unfortunately. The blade has a strange weight in your hand. There's no actual blade part of it. It's almost like swinging air itself, and the horse manages to duck out of the way of the sort of sunlight cleaving over its head. So the sun sword is out, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We get to the aura for that.
How do we measure distance in Roll20?
So there should be a little tool which has a circle with a kind of ruler thing in it.
Up on the top left, there's a little bar.
Okay,
There you go.
okay. Thank you. For some reason, I thought that was like controlling token, but no.
Yeah, it's kind of a bad icon.
At the end of your turn, Strahd is going to take a legendary action wherever he is to move. Still hidden, however. Stefan.
Okay. I'm going to move here. And then I'll say, actually I could go there. And then I'll say, fire. That won't work. And I will. I'm presenting my amulet in my right hand, just blasting out a ray of frost towards it.
All right. Well, that'll definitely hit.
Chill its
for
fire.
11 points of cold damage. The horse whinnies in pain as this ray of frost flies into it, kind of coalescing into these ice crystals at the side of its hide. Didn't seem to appreciate that. All right.
And I'm going to try to duck behind the pew there, so it will have to at least trample over the pews to get to me if it turns to charge.
Okay. Next up, you would hear a voice from outside the hallway. These open doors through which Strahd previously entered, and see the man himself standing there, which seems to bark some sort of order. And do any of you speak Abyssal?
Not me.
All right. Barks some sort of order before pointing his finger kind of towards the horse itself, and a small red line extends, detonating in a roar of flame.
Counterspell.
Okay. Go ahead and make me it's going to be a d20 plus your charisma modifier, because this is a higher level version. Well, Arnita, was that you counterspelling?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so d20 plus your... That'll do it. As the bead of fire kind of starts to roar and develop, you lower a hand towards it and quells it slowly and shrinks down, and then whiffs out with a bit of...
If you're trying to use fire, you might need to hit a little harder. I'm a little used to it.
Kind of scowls and gives you a little bit of a clap. Well done. Well done. Let's see how long you can keep it up. This part is going to move. Yes, he is going to move. Let's see here. That's where he can get.
I'm going to keep the tactic of fireballing Bucephalus in my back pocket, because that is genius.
Yeah, that's real good.
He can, in fact. Let me check one. Actually, for the moment, he is going to remain here. Or, no, he's going. Both those things. You see him kind of stepping backwards a bit before disappearing somewhere. Layer action, something happens. Arnita.
Well, I've had just about enough of this horse. I say we get out of here, and I'm just going to, if I step 5 here, can I push Bucephalus at a diagonal to remove everybody from melee range?
Yeah, you could. Go ahead and make me
cool,
an
so I'm...
athletics check. With advantage, because you are enlarged.
Yeah, big Aranita push. Damn it.
Aranita
Not
energy.
unfortunately. It's the big horse as well. Stands firm in place, resisting the attempt to push it.
You just see me leaning up with all of my might, and Bucephalus just standing there staring at me.
You have a bonus action if you would like.
All right, that didn't quite work. And I'm just gonna take the opportunity attack and keep moving away toward the stairs.
Okay, it is going to try and attack you with its hooves, which is a 22 to hit.
Yep.
For 11 points of bludgeoning damage plus 8 points of fire damage. And you can make me a Constitution save for concentration on enlarge.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay.
How's Horsey looking at this point? Is it looking okay?
It's still looking okay. It's only taking the Ray of Frost. He's still looking more or less fine. You managed to maintain concentration on the spell.
Jesus.
keeping your enlarged form.
That
That is over 19
was-
points of damage total.
Good
Hey,
God.
I say let's back and put it down. There'll be one less ally on Strahd's side. Then we need to find Arena. There's no sword point. There's no reason he couldn't hop on that horse with her. Leave us to be.
Well, its hooves are a little distracted, so if you want to hit it now, go ahead.
All right,
no,
Lambless.
yeah,
Or,
that was
yeah,
everything I
was there
had.
anything else?
Nope, that was it.
Okay. Boneless.
I will stand my ground and cast Poison Spray in its face.
Okay, that is a Constitution save, I believe.
Yes.
Go ahead and click on spell to roll it. Constitution, and that is a 5, which fails. All right.
Hell yeah.
The poison enters the horse's nostrils and kind of coughs as he does. Bits of the kind of poisonous gas exhale from his nostrils, as well as jets of fire. But also do not seem to appreciate that very much.
Alright, I'll use my bonus action, and without turning around, I'll reach back and cast Healing Word.
Okay.
One moment.
Arnita, I'm assuming.
I think it's probably safe to assume that.
Sorry about that. Alright.
No worries.
Alright, that is... I will stay where I am. That is my turn. Oh, sorry, I gotta do a Healing Word on that.
Yeah, roll the healing word.
Please.
Roll 1. 7 healing for you.
Nice. Thank
Right.
you.
2 first level spell slots.
The Cephalus, for his part, is going to move away from both of you. You both get an attack of opportunity too, like
I'll
Yes.
smack it with my evil staff.
Lambless and Zelda's.
Smack it with my not
That will
evil
definitely
not staff.
hit for 12 points of damage, and a 13 will also just hit for 5 points of damage, so a total of 17. He's a fiend and not undead, so no extra damage, unfortunately.
Oh.
And as he moves away, his form begins to kind of shimmer as he vanishes into the ethereal plane. Perhaps to return later. Zelda's.
Well, now that that one is out of commission, let's see what's going on over here. I'm gonna move here and see if Strahd is still around.
Does not appear to be, looking down the hallway.
He seems to like this hallway very much. I'm gonna use the last 10 feet of action to move over here.
Okay. Stefan.
Do you suppose we should check out those stairs?
I think
Is that
so.
where you think you could be holding Arena?
Well, it's the only place around here that we haven't investigated yet.
Those are heading
True.
upwards, yes?
Up and down.
Seems to head up and down for some distance. Alright, Stefan, if there's nothing else. His turn. Alright. At this point, I'll go ahead and take us out of initiative. He's headed off somewhere else in the cast. But what would you guys like to do?
Oh, I still don't believe we've managed to put a mark on him yet.
It does not seem so.
Aranita, how do you feel?
Pretty muscular, actually. And
Looking a lot
as-
larger than the last time I saw you.
And as I say that, I will remove the effects of enlarge.
Okay. Shrink back down to your medium-sized frame.
Oh, the large wounds on my small body are quite painful, though. I'll be fine, really. We should keep moving.
All right,
Well,
so
We have
what's the
suspected
plan?
as much, but now we know. Isolation is the way this monster plays.
I thought you were going to say don't touch the horse.
It is
But-
also true.
But I agree. We should keep moving. Stick
All right.
together.
Yes, shall we move onward?
Well, up or down?
What type of man would keep his beloved in the dungeons? I say we go upward.
I would be inclined to
Call him
agree.
a man, but I agree.
Fair enough. I'll start ascending the staircase.
Okay.
And I will have light back on my quarterstaff again.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna just keep the sun sword out.
Okay.
Nice.
It's very bright now with the sun sword and the light off your staff, beaming, cutting through the darkness of his castle Ravenloft. As you kind of made your way to the staircase, you would also be able to see with the light that about 10 feet or so heading down the staircase, there appears to be a wall constructed there, looking newer than the rest of the castle. It looks like it's more or less airtight, save for a small little gap where some sort of vapor would probably be able to pass through.
This is as we're climbing the staircase, we encounter a wall blocking.
No, as you walk to the landing, kind of heading down the staircase, it seems to end abruptly in a wall,
Got
about 10 feet or so down.
We have seen him be able to pass through walls. Perhaps this is enough room for him to cast a spell out of.
Should we block it up?
So if we have the time.
Do we have the means to? I don't believe my magics would be much help here.
I don't know that I know much about masonry.
Who was it who was being the architect earlier?
That would be me. I'm at a loss here too. I don't have many spells related to changing the form of stone. I say we move on and upwards.
Upward it is then.
You head up the
Okay,
stairs
maybe.
as they continue climbing the large flagstones of the spiraling staircase leading up and down a 20-foot wide stone core. Cobwebs fill the staircase, making it difficult to see even the ceiling, and heavy beams sag overhead from centuries of supporting weight. So you make your way up. You make your way up about 20 or so feet to where you suppose the floor you had reached previously was, but doesn't seem to be any exit or landing from the staircase here. It seems to just continue climbing. Oh, and I didn't change the maps. There you go. Would you like to continue upward?
Let's continue upward.
Oh, so? Yes.
Here's the copy and paste you eat.
Continuing on.
All right. The staircase ascends yet another 20 or so feet, continuing to climb. but still seemingly no exit. You've gone a significant distance now, but staircase looks like it just continues climbing higher. Keep going.
Keep going.
Keeping going.
No, then
Alright.
one of those
Ready to
tower
the
peaks
path.
we saw from below.
Do you imagine he's keeping Arena like a princess in a tower?
That would be
It's a
poetic.
dramatic type.
It would not surprise me. How tall do you think these towers are?
Too tall for my comfort.
Are you afraid of heights?
I prefer being connected with the land, not the sky.
If it helps you any, I can catch us if we fall.
Reassuring, but I prefer that not to be necessary.
Again,
I would
as
like to catch
well.
myself well enough.
I'll hope things won't come to that.
Dragons may have wings, but I have something that's close.
have
Staircase
wings.
climbs higher and higher still. No landings, no exits of any type.
I knew I shouldn't have
Seems
skipped
to
leg day.
keep going.
Upward and upward. Ooh, this map's bigger.
Just continue heading upward then.
Yeah, do we hear anything else in the stairwell or anything around us? Have we...
Make me a perception check.
Is that okay if we all do it, or are you using passive perception just for that? If we're not actively.
Passive perception is fine. Yeah. If you're all, I'll say one if you make it with advantage if other people are helping. If you're trying to like actually listen in closely for anything in the tower.
I'm trying my best to listen ahead to what is going.
Yeah, it seems like Lamless is taking points, so go ahead and roll.
Alright, we'll do.
And you can roll with advantage. I'll say everyone else is helping you in this endeavor. 20.
Nice.
You occasionally hear what sounds like fluttering from within the wall on your left as you climb this kind of large pillar stone itself. Occasionally just kind of skittering, fluttering, chirping what sounds like bats, but nothing in the stairwell itself.
Oh, worrying. And in the wall next to us,
Yes. It's up here. See, higher and higher still. So essentially kind of in here.
I assume that the center of this is not just like open all the way down to the bottom then?
Not from where you are now.
Okay.
It doesn't have any kind of holes or cracks or anything in it now. As far as you can tell, it's kind of just a large pillar which this staircase spirals around.
Mhm.
But after, feels like probably some 300 plus, almost 400 feet of climbing, the spiral staircase finally ends at a 5-foot wide stone walkway that circles the shaft. In the center of the tower's highest floor, a 15-foot diameter hole drops down into the cold heart of Ravenloft itself. Cold air rushes up out through the shaft, sending a chill through you. Arrow slits line the exterior wall here, and aging beams support a steep cone-shaped roof. One beam and part of the roof have fallen away, leaving a gaping hole open to the stormy sky.
well, this is disappointing.
The princess's bedchambers for sure.
So extravagant.
I'd like to take some of that debris I see lying around and just chuck into the hole.
Okay. The one in the middle of the floor?
how long it takes to hear a impact.
Drop it down and wait for like 5 seconds or anything. Then around 6 seconds or later, you hear a clattering from down below. It's about this time when you would notice something seems to be lurking in the rafters here. You would all notice. I think all of your passive perceptions are higher. But something seems to be lurking in the rafters. A small, spindly man, not much larger than a child. A flash of lightning suddenly illuminates his face, which is painted like a grinning jack-o'-lantern. And Ariana, you have light up. So as you kind of peer towards the thing looking down at you, it's obvious you're not looking at a small man, but instead a mockery of one. This thing is not a creature of flesh and bone, but a construct made of dyed leather, stitched and tightly wrapped over an articulated frame. You hear the soft tumbling and clicking of gears from within him.
Remember earlier when I was talking about finding puppets in the next room? Yeah, I think we found it.
Is this
What
one
is
flying
this?
at us as well?
No, it seems to be kind of crouched up in the rafters, looking down at you. Looked like it was trying to hide, but having you all noticed it. It's kind of just peering down at you with its kind of disconcerting face, almost.
I'd
Let me
like
see if I have
to.
a picture of this.
I'd like to insight to see what its intentions seem to be.
Sure. Make me an insight check. 22. Let me roll for it just for the sake of this. At the moment, it's not seemingly that it's hard to read. It's more you get the impression that it's not really sure what its intentions with you are. It's looking at you more out of kind of curiosity. It doesn't seem hostile. Seems to be looking at you all very carefully.
Do you look for
You
Strahd?
there? You leave this tower.
Turn. It hops
Staying
down
on the
onto
stairs
the
and
floor
just
itself.
Speaking over
and
to it.
Hops down to the floor, doing a backflip as it does, landing, and then outstretches its arms. It's really proud of itself, pulling off the feet.
Going to clap politely.
It kind of chatters its mouth in excitement, which itself is a little disconcerting. It's the sound of metal hitting metal as it kind of just clanks and chatters at you.
I will join Zeldis in her applause.
Kind of just seems to be looking at you all. Does a kind of bow where you hear the sound of metal joints creaking as it does. Does a few bows.
Suppose what I should first ask is, can you speak?
Looks at you and then shakes its head with the sound of kind of creaking joints, like. But shakes its head no, essentially.
Interesting little creature.
But you can understand us.
This time it nods its head yes, the creaking still accompanying it.
How did you do that backflip? And then Geldis is going to try to imitate the backflip.
Make me a
no.
performance check.
Oh, okay, performance.
Or acrobatics works, acrobatics. Sure. You do the backflip as well, and it's hard to kind of get a read on this thing since it doesn't have expressions per se. Just this kind of metal mask. Let me get you a picture of good old Pedalwick here.
My son.
Oh, there's no handout for him here. It's sad. But I'll post a picture in the Discord essentially for what he looks like. Favorite little guy. It seems to be dressed in, looks like kind of, has this metal harlequin mask over its face, and a gesturous cap with bells at the end. As you do the backflip, it nods its head in approval. The joints squeak and it claps its hands together very robotically.
I'm gonna lean over my shoulder to Stefan right behind me and just say, keep an eye on it, but I am going to try and get a little closer.
Last word you said.
I'm gonna try and get a little closer, and the area that has the roof kind of shattered out, I want to approach and see if I can look out and see any of the rest of the castle or other rooftops or spires or anything like that from the opening.
Make me a perception check.
Keeping my back to the wall, I'll take a look at this little guy. And kind of just cocking my head at him, I'll say, "Here.
What did you say? Sorry, I missed that.
You like staying here? Is this your home?"
It's back. You ask if you like staying here, kind of gives a shrug. And then as you ask if this is his home, he nods in assent. Arnita, the hole in the ceiling is so it's kind of like one of those conical tops to a spire, and it's looking kind of up and out of it at an angle. So
okay.
there isn't really anything else visible from this perspective.
Got it. Sorry, I wasn't sure if like part of the wall was also broken up.
No, it's just kind of the spire portion at the top.
Got it. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries.
Geldis is going to move up to the top here and say, do you know any other tricks?
It pulls out a small kind of, from its side, looks like it has a couple of toy mice and such, and then pulling out 3 of them in its hand, begins to toss them in the air, attempting to juggle. Which manages to keep it up for some time until one of them kind of slips out of his grasp and falls down the shaft in the center. Looks undeterred and pulls out another one and continues trying to do so. Proudly kind of extending his arms as he finishes and giving a bow.
Have you done that show for other people in the castle?
Also, more applause.
Shakes his head, no. Actually, no, he would nod his head in assent, yes.
Do you know if there are other guests living here?
It's difficult because he can't talk or really express things. He would kind of nod his head, kind of seems to ponder for a second, putting one of his little robotic fingers up to his chin and tapping. He makes a kind of hollow noise, the metal clanging off metal, and then nods his head in assent.
And do you know where they are?
Let's see. Oh well, I think Roll20 is loading it. Shakes his head no, creaking as it does.
I lean over to Lambless and just, hey, it was worth a shot.
Yes, what should we do with the poor thing? Should we bring it with us?
As you say this, it kind of nods its head eagerly and begins walking with a bit of a spring in step, stepping up kind of behind you all, looking as eager as you can without facial expression.
Roughly how heavy does it look?
If you had to guess, probably like 40 or 50 pounds.
Okay. Let's see. I'm going to, I guess, to Lambless. I'll whisper in his ear. I trust this little one about as far as I can throw it, and I'm not a very strong man, but I think we should let it come along with us. Just eye on it.
Yes, I agree. It seems harmless enough for now. And
I'll look at it and I'll ask, do you want to show more people your tricks?
Eagerly nods its head up and down faster than it did before. Seemingly very excited at the prospect.
You take us to the last place you remember seeing those people.
Again, kind of puts the finger to its chin and taps with that ringing noise as the metal clanks off metal. And then nods its head.
We would appreciate
Great.
that, thank you.
All right. With that, he kind of strides forward, was kind of pushing himself through, and then with a spring in step and very exaggerated movement, swinging his arms from side to side, begins to walk down the high tower peak, his bells clanging quite loudly as he does.
All right. We shall follow the little man down the very, very long staircase.
Yep.
Nobody wants to jump down here?
No, we don't.
Fair enough.
Although perhaps it would take us to where Strahd does not want us to go.
You're saying it might be a bit faster, but we'll continue down the stairs. It's fine.
Telling what would await us at the bottom of that hole. Not willing to take that chance.
That is very fair.
Closest person you could show tricks to that you would know of, at least. Let's see. Yeah, he would probably be its closest. Now following this small little man. Maps here. You find yourself back on the floor where you first kind of entered this tall staircase going up. As he begins to lead you out, kind of into the chapel area itself. And then through the set of doors leading down the corridor, with a spring in his step as he walks. Back into this kind of entryway here, where he begins to head south. However, as you all enter the kind of entryway here, you hear the sound of stone cracking. And looking up around you, you see the 8 gargoyles squatted around the rim of this room begin to kind of unfurl their wings, turning to you, peering down at you, and baring their sharp claws. Piddlewick, or the small man, for his part, seems genuinely surprised and confused by this as he kind of shakes and rattles a bit in fear. But I'd like you all to roll me initiative.
All right, Mr. Architect, what do we do?
Get into a room where they can't all fly down at us.
As they begin to unfurl their wings, the turbulence in the air extinguishes the torches that were once in this room, plunging the hall into darkness, save for the light on your staff and the sun sword that Zelda bears. So there's not enough light for you all to see. Yeah, 8 gargoyles.
How tall is the ceiling in this room?
It is. Let's see. I'd say maybe 30 or so feet. I
Rad,
didn't actually
thank
say.
Level 20.
And just because I'm tired of this music, I'm gonna add something.
I'll tell up. How
Fantastic.
high up are the gargoyles?
The gargoyles would sit about 20 feet up, on a little rim around the room, and then the ceiling comes to a dome about 10 feet above that, let's say. One. Four. 6. 7. 8. We're gonna pedal work as well. It's fast. All right, so Lambless, you are up first. These 8 once motionless gargoyles have now unfurled their wings, buffeting the air in the room, putting out the torches which once lit it, and seem to now be glaring down at you. Their sharp, stony teeth and claws.
Fire or thorns? Fire has been pretty reliable for now. I'll use produce flames on this one right here.
All right, go ahead and roll to hit. A 14 will miss, unfortunately. It kind of explodes against the gargoyle's stony hide, but it seems to be, at least in some part, comprised of stone, and doesn't seem to have an effect on it.
Right, I'll move over here to hopefully get us in a block, try to minimize how many attacks we're taking per turn.
Okay.
DM, as a note, was
Yep.
that produce flame did not seem to impact, or was it that it missed on this particular creature?
It impacted, just looked like the kind of stony exterior, but it didn't hit the AC. But
Cool. I just wanted to
yeah.
double check that it wasn't like
Yeah.
an immunity that we could readily see
No,
like we did
no,
with
no.
Cephalus.
It looks like kind of chartered a bit, just not enough to actually have an effect.
Okay.
More direct hit looked like it might do
Sweet.
something.
Cool. Thank you.
Piddlewick actually has advantage on this. With a 20-foot range, you can just about hit one. Pulls out his side, looks like a very sharp kind of dart, and flings it at this gargoyle up here, who seems to be intent on hurting his new friends. Which is 19, which hits for 6 points of piercing damage. However, with the force that the small fellow threw the dart at the statue, it doesn't sink in as deep as you would have expected it to. Its stony hide seems to at least resist the impact in some part. This gargoyle is 2. Swoop down towards, let's see, lamp. And have 60-foot glide speed, cool. swooping down, kind of remaining in the air, just kind of just above you, is going to make 2 attacks, one with his bite and one with his claws. It's going to be a 6 to hit with the bite, which I don't think hits, and a 16 with the claws.
Yeah, the bite does not connect. The claws unfortunately do.
All right. You managed to dodge out of the way with its sharp teeth, but its stony claws rake across you, drawing a spurt of blood, sending it against the side of the chamber wall. So it's going to be 8 points of slashing damage. And this one is going to remain. This gargoyle is also going to fly over and do the same, kind of swooping down next to you for a bite attack, a claw attack. It's going to be a 17 to hit for 4 points of piercing damage from its stony jaws as they close around you, and a 23 to hit for 5 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
Another one of these creatures flies down, buffeting you. Look around the room, there's a good amount of these things, and they look like they're ready to swoop in and start doing some damage. Stefan.
Is it, it's currently 5 feet above me?
Yeah. It's hovering in the air, so you are in melee range with it.
Okay. I was like, there's too many of them in here. We need to funnel them out. Let's get back into the hallway. Kind of grasping a hand at my newly sustained wounds. So I will dash out this way. Wait, let me use the old handy dandy ruler.
Okay, you will take 1 attack of opportunity as you move, because the other ones are still on their perches.
Sorry, not sorry. Actually, instead of dashing, I will disengage, is what I meant.
Okay.
But I will
Sure.
only get so far, staying within the sunlight.
All right.
Conveniently.
You juke out of the way as this thing tries to snatch at you with its claws, but move out of the way in time and manage to make it about halfway down the hall. You still have a bonus action if you would like?
I got nothing.
Okay. This one is going to fly down and actually attempt to grapple Lambless. So I need you to make me an athletics or an acrobatics check, Lambless.
That's not great.
Not gonna do it, unfortunately. It's 17. It manages to grab a hold of you and flew down 20 feet, not to move 10 to get over, so that has 25 left. So with moving at you, it moved half speed, and it begins to take off, holding you now 10 feet in the air. It's going to use its second attack while holding you to sink its claws into you, which is an 8 to hit, which I don't think hits.
It does not, thankfully.
All right. Zeldis, you can take an attack of opportunity on this one that flew away and is now 10 feet in the air, holding Lambless.
I would love to do that.
A 27 will definitely hit for 6 points of radiant damage, which does seem to have an effect of this thing, chipping off a little bit of its stony kind of form. You see that it seems to be comprised almost entirely of stone itself. But you leave a decent-sized gash on it as this thing takes off into the air. Feet down there. And Lambless, you are grappled. This gargoyle is going to, seeing Piddlewick seems to be on the other side of things here, is going to actually swoop down and attempt to attack him. Which is a natural 20.
Piddlewick!
And with the claws, a 17 unfortunately hits as well, as it sinks its jaws around him, kind of causing springs to pop and burst out of this
No!
clockwork effigy of a fool, and then with the second kind of battering from its claws sends him scattering into parts across the kind of side of the chamber. Piddlewick never lives, and it makes me so sad. He's my favorite. And with the rest of this movement, is going to press up closer to Arnita here. This one is going to swoop down and is going to try to grapple Zeldis. So 25 feet movement there. Zeldis, I need you to make me an acrobatics or an athletics check.
Alright.
Ooh. acrobatics is high. All right. First attack misses as you manage to juke out of the way very quickly. Seeing that you seem to be pretty mobile and easy to move, easy to avoid, is just going to follow up with its claws. So it's going to be a 21 to hit.
That hits.
For 7 points of slashing damage.
Yep.
Which brings us to you, Zeldis.
Okay. How many of these are at ground level or otherwise easy to reach?
Currently within 5 feet of you, just the one that just attacked you.
Okay.
The one to your south is still up on its perch, hasn't moved yet. The one to your northwest is 10 feet in the air, holding lambless. And the others are out of your melee range currently.
Okay. I think this might be a good time to use Hypnotic Pattern.
Perhaps, yeah.
Yeah, I think I can get everybody within,
30-foot cube, that would...
Yes.
It's just about everyone in the room.
As your companions, would we know to avert our eyes from said path?
I'm gonna shout out ahead of time, look away.
Okay. All of you manage to close your eyes, kind of looking to the ground in time as this twisting pattern appears. I think that'll hit. Yeah, it looks like. Yeah. Yep, definitely hit everyone. So those are wisdom saving throws.
Yes.
Okay, so
DC
starting from
17.
the left at the top, and right, the first one is an 18, so that one succeeds. The one next to it is a 16. No lose track. I'll use that. A 17 just succeeds. That is, the one holding Lambless is actually affected by it, which means its speed is 0 and it will plummet. I think it actually plummets right now, but we'll get to that in a second. For the 1-to-1s, right. A 13 fails. For the 2 on the bottom, a 16 which fails, and a 3 which fails.
Hell yeah.
And for these other 2 at the bottom, 14 and an 18. The one on the left fails. The one holding you aloft immediately kind of is dazed by the stupor, and the wings start to slow as it plummets to 10 feet. Both of you will take falling damage. Both of you take 5 points of falling damage.
Noted. That hurt.
Does that also knock it from its stupor?
It would actually, yes. Taking any damage does. You're correct.
Sorry, y'all.
Oh, it's fine.
Landing on the ground, it kind of shakes its head, getting a hold of itself. But half of them seem to be dazed in this kind of stupor from Zeld's spell. The pattern appears for a moment, twisting with these kind of psychedelic colors and moving shapes, flashing briefly and then dissipating. And 4 of them appear to be entranced, kind of these spirals forming in their eyes.
I'm gonna use my bonus action to Healing Word Flameless.
Okay.
Zeldis Lamless, if you can get around the corner, I can blow them all up.
I'm sitting here waiting.
Ooh, that was the wrong way. Let's not take
Well,
7 more
remember
points.
that time with the scarecrows, right? I can create these little pockets around you. You'll be all right.
Okay. I will use my move action to move over here.
Okay. One of them will take an attack of opportunity at you, the one that was just swiping at you, because that one is not. And I think the other one used it already. Or no, he didn't because he disengaged, so you'll actually take 2 attacks of opportunity.
Okay.
And they're going to rake out you with these are both the same. So their claws. It's going to be a 17 to hit
That hits.
for 4 points of slashing damage.
Yep.
And a 23 to hit for 7 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And I need you to make me 2 Constitution saving throws. Unfortunately, they are all broken from their stupor as your concentration on
Aw.
hypnotic pattern falls. Sorry.
Look died.
Okay, so net effect is that Lamlas took some damage.
Yep.
Cool.
Net effect.
I'm still in the grapple too.
You are
Great.
still grappled, yeah.
Great. Great. Okay.
Fuck right, its speed was just 0. It wasn't a. Damn.
It was incapacitated, but I don't think that automatically. And just if you tried to break the grapple while
Right.
it was incapacitated, then it would automatically break out. But
Doesn't incapacitated automatically fail dexterity?
I thought that was
It-
unconscious.
it does,
Or am I wrong?
but it does automatically fail. My
Oh,
strength and
no.
dexterity. Just it
Can't
would need
take
to try.
actions or reactions.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think there was an
incapacitated
errata or
is
something where they said that it also fails
Oh, that's nice.
strength and dexterity, but Lamos would have needed to try to break out to actually prompt that check.
Oh, unfortunate.
I was just thinking about some nice area of effect spells here.
Oh yeah, yeah, they would have automatically failed. I think that was an errata or something that came up because it's stunning people and then grappling them and throwing them off things. But anyway, the Scargo is going to swoop down next to you, Arnita, one of the last things in the room, and is going to attempt to grapple you. So I need you to make me an athletics or an acrobatics check. Or actually, this one's just going to attack you. The other one's going to try and grapple you.
Okay.
It's a 9 with the bite, which I don't think hits.
Nope.
And a 13 with the claws, which I also don't think hits.
Nope. Good scale.
Alright.
Gold scale body.
Yep, you got your scaly exterior that the claws just kind of rake off of. That one. Alright, Arnita. You're surrounded by a good amount of gargoyles at the moment.
All right. Here's this as a meta level. How do you all feel about me blowing myself up with a fireball? Because I can switch on my elemental affinity and gain resistance to fire damage.
Okay, as long as the
This is
blowing
not-
yourself up is not lethal.
Yeah, as long
And
as that's
it
not
does
going to cause you
also
to.
blow me up.
Yeah, I will. I was. If I do it, I would hold it until Lamlas was out of the way.
I was not planning on moving out of the way.
Okay, cool.
If you
then
want to dodge aside, I'll do what I can here. You'll have time. Like you can get out of the way first.
okay, cool. Then I will disengage
Okay.
and move into the hall with my other companion.
Alright.
And I think I can only get to there. And
30 feet.
Yeah, I think that was my 30.
Yep.
You
still have a bonus action if you would like.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it, but no, I need to wait until I know that Lamlas is out of the way before I try and do anything.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, that's it.
This gargoyle is then going to. The other one has you grappled, so we're just going to swoop down to here. Closing in on Lamlas, is going to make 2 attacks at you. Bite is a natural 1. The claws are a 14 to hit, which I think misses you.
That does miss, yes.
You managed to get your shield up in time and keep its claws from raking across you.
Nice.
And this one is going to fly down from its perch over here. And is going to also make 2 attacks at you. So now all of the gargoyles are at ground level. The one to the north of him is one grappling him. So it's a 23 to hit for 6 points
That
of
does
piercing
hit.
damage. And a 15 to hit, which I think misses.
That does not.
Alright, again, the shield pivots around from the last gargoyle to the one that just turned to face you, and as it pulls its jaws away, you manage to just get up in time and deflect the claws.
Right.
Which brings us to Lamlas.
Yeah, I'm going to, seeing that all my companions are out of harm's way, I'm going to use whatever free hand I have to grab my little fox skull and cast Thunder Wave.
Okay.
Hell
In
yeah.
which direction would you like to Thunder Wave?
I believe it's centered on myself, no?
It's a 15-foot cube, but you're centered on like one of the faces of it. You're not centered in the middle of the cube.
I see.
Oh.
You can get them all to one spot.
So it's kind of like this shape if you wanted to go north, or like
Yes, I think.
You
this
can't
way if
center
you
it
wanted
on
to go that
yourself?
way.
Could you throw them?
No, the cube area of effect is it's centered on you're on one of the faces, I'm pretty sure.
Got it.
Could you throw them upwards?
Yeah, could I throw them upward?
You're prone on the floor. I'll allow it.
Spicy.
All right. Yes, let's do that.
So it'll be something like this, and you'll be able to hit 6 of them. Since they're kind of in the air above you. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, so Constitution saving throws.
Fuck yeah.
For those 6 of them. There's a fail. It's under damage, and it's pushed. How far back?
Like 10 feet.
Okay. This one is a 16, which also fails, and the forced movement breaks the grapple. So you're released from
That's what I
this
was
one's
going
claws
for.
as you are blown, as it's blown backwards towards the ceiling. They manage to catch themselves with their wings and not plummet back down, but they are blown 10 feet away from you. One is a 6, also fails. This other 3 is a 18, so it succeeds and takes 6, and is not pushed. A 6, which fails. And then bottom. Another 6. That was a lot of 6s rolled.
Wow.
Also blown
nice.
back. 5 of them, excluding the one to your left, are blown backwards away from you towards the ceiling. Bits of stone on their exteriors chipping off, flaking away. As you can see, their kind of statue-like bodies are now pockmarked from the wave of thunderous energy. There's one still kind of on the ground next to you, and the one grappling you was blown back off you, releasing you.
Nice.
Which one is next to me? The right one?
The one directly to your left.
Left.
Yeah.
And if I moved, would I trigger opportunity attacks from all of them or just that one?
Just said one because the other ones were blown 10 feet into the sky.
They're still fast. Okay. I'm going to wait, 10 feet into the sky?
How far does Thunder
Yeah.
Wave push?
No, that's correct. I'm trying to calculate
Okay,
distances in my head.
Yeah.
I'm going to use my bonus action to enter my bear form. Brown bear.
I think you need to be a Moon Druid to wild shape as a bonus action.
Oh, do you?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think so, unfortunately.
That is unfortunate. Alright, I prefer not to be here anymore. I'll take the opportunity attack and I will leave.
Okay.
How far can I
It
get?
angrily swipes at you with its claws, and your ears are ringing at this point. It's a 22 to hit for 8 points of slashing damage.
That hurts. I should have cast my Stone Skin spell first turn.
But you manage to get out of their hungry kind of jaws, as they now looking a little dazed from the assault, turn towards the rest of you down the hallway, looking angry. What's transpired?
DM, before the gargoyles potentially start swiping, how much time passed while we were between the chapel, going up the spire, and coming back down? Because I just remember that I have my ring of regeneration, and I would have possibly regained
Right.
some points.
How fast does that work? Is that every 10 minutes?
Yeah, it's a D6 every 10 minutes.
Okay. I was 300 feet to the top of the tower, so even maybe 10 rounds. It's been less than 10 minutes, probably pushing everything up there. You're probably pushing around 5 minutes at this point. Since you started heading up and back down. Because
Okay,
walking
cool.
up and down probably took like 2 minutes each, and then maybe a minute or so at the top doing pedal work.
Okay, awesome. I just wanted to double check. Thank you.
Sure, yeah. Good reminder. I'd forgotten about that. This gargoyle has 60 feet of movement, so it is going to pursue, angrily swooping towards Lambless, the one who just blasted it, and its compatriots. It's going to just attack you with a bite in its claw, bite and claws. It's going to be a 21 to hit for 4 points of piercing damage, and a 23 to hit for another 4 points of piercing damage.
What's running out here, boys?
This one is also going to pursue. This one is going to swoop towards. It's also going to angrily. Yeah, it's going to head towards Lambless as well. Its intelligence is not very high. Frankly, which is a 10 to hit, which I don't think hits, and a 13, which also misses. Two of the gargoyles angrily pursue after you. Appearing to not like being blasted with thunder. But Stefan.
Okay, so if I can see out here. Here?
Yeah. The doors are open.
Okay. So I'd be able to get a 20-foot radius sphere for all of those bad boys, right?
Yeah, you would be able to hit all of them outside in a 20-foot radius sphere.
All right. In that case, I'm
Easily.
going to stretch out my right hand with my amulet, and a little ring of fire is going to blossom from that and spew out towards them
Okay.
for a
And so it's
fireball,
fireball
at third level.
Third level, all right. That was a good roll. Dexterity saving throws for all of those ones. Let's see here. That is a fail. One of them is blown apart, the little bits of stone scattering against the stonework of the castle itself from the explosion. That one also fails, manages to hold on, but is missing pieces in many places. Looking very rough. Below it, 14 also fails. Likewise is looking severely wounded, but still managing to kind of keep itself aloft just barely. Natural 1 also takes the full brunt of the fireball. A natural 2 also takes it. This one looking like it's in even worse shape than the other ones. It's kind of barely keeping itself aloft, missing kind of a big portion of its wing as well, just managing to keep itself flying. And last one is natural 20. So 17 points of damage to that one.
Okay.
And
then I am going to say,
pretty rough.
that's the ticket. Just blast them apart. Get as many of you as you can. I'm going to go.
Be careful back there, Stefan. We don't want to get too far apart.
Oh, I'll try and stay within the light.
All right, this one is going to fly towards Arnita over here. Looking definitely quite a bit worse for the wear, and is going to make 2 attacks. There's a 22 to hit for 7 points of piercing damage.
Yep.
And a 17 to hit
Yeah.
for 4 points of slashing damage. Right, this one, not much left in, is also going to swoop in over here, and using these data. Just a 13 to hit, which I think misses, and a 19 to hit for 5 points of slashing damage.
And that one gets me.
All right, Zeldis.
Right, okay. I'm gonna move up here and take a swipe at this one directly to my left.
All right, go ahead and roll it. Uh, 15 just hits for 12 points of radiant damage as you plunge the sun sword into this thing. You see little bits of stone begin to fly out as beams of light shine out from the places where it's now missing part of its form until it explodes into another burst of stone, scattering across the hall.
Excellent. And out of everybody else, who looks the most injured?
I think you should be able to see each other's kind of health bars at least, not the actual, or you should be able to see a number of them.
I think Lamless is the only one I can't see.
Yeah.
That's I have 35. So
Okay.
Aranita's
You're all
really
starting to
good
look a
tonight.
little bit.
Ada's not
rough.
looking so good.
Yeah. I'm gonna toss a slightly more potent healing word onto Aranita.
Okay. So a second level. It's 12 points of healing to you, Arnita.
Oh my goodness, that feels so good. Thank you.
All right. You think you still have some movement if you would like?
I'll stay here.
Okay. It's gargoyle. Yeah, 60. Fly in here and swipe it. Let's see. I'm going to swipe with Zeldis. Which is a 16 to hit
That hits.
for 4 points of piercing damage, and a 17 to hit for another 5 points of piercing damage, or slashing damage. This thing flies through the doorway, you see it flying towards you, kind of talons outstretched, maw open as it closes its mouth around your arm and then rakes at your chest with its claws. It pulls back, still holding itself aloft in the air, but looking fairly singed from Stefan's fireball. Aranita.
Okay. Seeing that there are creatures attacking Lamless still, I'm gonna fire on which of the two that are in melee with him look more hurt.
The one to his south, but only marginally. These ones were not caught in the fireball, unfortunately.
Right. Okay. As that is the case, then I will fire on the one in the doorway with a firebolt.
Okay, it's going to be disadvantage because you have things in melee range with you, but go ahead and roll to hit.
Disadvantage because they're in melee with me?
Yeah, and it's a ranged
Ranged spell
spell
attacks.
attack.
Even though I'm attacking the one
Yeah,
out here?
it's if anything is in melee with you, you have disadvantage on ranged attacks.
Oh, good to know. Okay, then I will attack the one in my face then.
Okay, the
if
one
I'm
to your
already at
north or the one to the
disadvantage.
left?
To the left.
The one to the left is looking more beat up of the two.
Okay, cool. Yeah, attack the one to the left.
All right, go ahead and roll to hit with disadvantage. A 12 misses, unfortunately. The close range, it kind of singes part of its ear, but doesn't seem to bear the full brunt of it.
Alrighty. I will.
Oh, yeah, bonus action? Sorry.
No, I will stay where I'm at, and that'll be it.
Okay. This one is going to fly over here very weakly. Its wings it's flying off kilter, almost about to hit the ground as it kind of bangs one of them on the entryway as it comes in. Looks like it doesn't have a lot of life left in it, but it's going to fly over next to you, Arnita, and attack. Which is going to be a 10 to hit and a 20 to hit for 5 points of slashing damage. It's managed to duck out of the way of its bite, but its claws catch you on the back of the neck.
These sting. Stupid creatures.
And this one is going to fly into the room, flying over its compatriot here on the floor, and then taking up position right there. And that one got blasted by Stefan, actually. Going to attack Zeldis. Which is a 10 to hit
Nope.
and an 11 to hit.
Nope.
Either of those will do it. Also seeming pretty wounded from the fireball, managed to quickly dip out of the way of both of its strikes. Lemless.
Back to me, 3 next to me.
Three next to you,
50
yeah.
feet ahead. How unfortunate. Alright. Let's see how resistant they are to piercing. I'll make a Thorn Whip attack. Which one of the three next to me looks most damaged?
Definitely
which
the
one
one
of
to
all
your
of them?
south.
Alright.
Of all of them, probably this one over here. But the one to your south also looks pretty beat up.
Alright, I'll take them. I'll go for the most beat up one with a Thorn Whip.
Okay. Is that a ranged spell attack or
That is a melee spell attack.
Okay. So just flat roll then. 18 will definitely hit for 5 points of piercing damage, and this is magical. So as the whip extends, you manage to wrap it around this gargoyle's already pretty chipped and beaten up kind of head, and as you retract the whip, it brings you the head of the stone gargoyle back as the rest of its body falls to the floor.
Delightful. Let's take like 3 of
Bonus action.
Bonus
Forward
action.
movement.
Anything good? I think that's it for me.
All right.
Not looking to take that many opportunity attacks. I have one bonus action.
This one is going to continue attacking you as it did previously with a bite, which is a 9 to hit, and claws, which is a 12 to hit, neither of which connect. Managed to juke out of the way both of it, and its claws kind of make sparks raking off the stonework on the ground as they try to swipe at you to no avail. This one is going to do the same, which is a 17 to hit for 7 points of piercing damage,
That hurts.
and a
That
20
very
to hit
much hurts.
for 8 points of slashing damage.
Alright, I'm not looking so hot anymore, but.
Managing to dodge the first assault, the second one manages to catch you, drawing more blood, and you begin to feel your kind of heartbeat in your ears. It's starting to look a little bit rough. Stefan.
Right. Say, you know the drill. And, as a fireball glances out into the hallway and begins to blossom into searing flame, there are small little pockets of safety around each of my 3 companions there.
Okay,
And I will
right,
do
you're an
my best.
evocation wizard.
Hell yes.
And I'll do my best to get all of them.
No, that'll definitely hit the rest of them. But for the one at the top here, that is a fail. It's looking rough, but still kind of pulling itself together. For the one directly below that one, it's a 5. Likewise, is looking beat up, but still keeping itself aloft. This one is blown away by the fireball as bits of stone go scattering across the hall. This one. And unable to avoid the brunt of the fire, it tries to shield itself with its stony wings, but those are blown apart, sending bits of jagged stone into the rest of its body, and it falls unmoving on the ground. And then this remaining one, this dies, even if it makes a save. But it didn't anyway. This one is also blown apart, scattered against the back wall, leaving just 2 very wounded-looking gargoyles.
Oh, you'd make a golden dragon proud, Stefan. That was beautiful.
So just stay alive, friend.
All right, Zeldis.
Gildis is going to turn, look at Stefan, and blow him a quick kiss before going for the closest.
Okay, and that one does look like it's the most wounded out of the 2. 10 will miss, unfortunately. The blade kind of scatters across its stony exterior, but still looking pretty beat up at this point.
And you said Lamless, you're looking pretty beat up as well?
I'm looking very beat up, unfortunately, with
Alright.
that
Let's
20 HP.
let's give you some healing.
Delightful,
All
thank
right.
you very much.
9 points of healing to you.
Or potion healing. Right.
All right. Zelda's remaining where you are or moving?
I'll stay where I am.
Okay. Arnita.
Yeah, just another firebolt at the
Okay.
one closest to me.
Sure. That definitely hits, and with a large kind of blossom of flame, you impact this thing in its chest, hitting one of the places where the stone is blown out, and in a smaller display of the fireball, kind of respond in kind, blowing apart one of these things as it scatters the charred bits of stone flying across the rest of the hallway.
And with that cast, my sleeve is now like burned away up to my elbow, and you see my entire right arm thus far is covered in gold scales. And I kind of reach forward and point at the one hovering next to Lamulus, just go, "You're next," and step
Alright.
forward.
Oh
What
god.
if I get him
Where'd you go?
first?
And that'll be it.
Okay. Lamless.
All right. Pulling my wounded body together, I'll cast another Thorn Whip at this one.
Okay.
Oh crap! I need to roll.
Go ahead and roll to hit. That will definitely hit.
Hell
And
yes.
with the critical, that is just enough actually. You wrap the thorn whip around this thing's kind of neck, and this time instead of pulling it directly back, the thorny whip just kind of tightens around at the spikes, protruding sharply into its neck and popping its stony head off, which comes to a rolling stop on the floor as the rest of the body falls, unmoving. And with that, the gargoyle threat seems to be defeated. And the hall around you grows quiet. However, the explosions and sounds of combat, you figure, were probably audible throughout most of the castle.
Well, that was thoroughly unpleasant.
A bloody
That was
stone abomination.
close. We'd better patch ourselves together before something else comes knocking.
I agree.
I would be happy to never see another gargoyle again.
All right. Well, if we all want a bit of healing, I can spend quite a bit of magic, but it'll get us all back on our feet.
I would suggest we save that. Is there a place where we might rest in relative comfort?
Well, mechanical
Relative
friend,
being the key word, I suppose.
a mechanical friend was guiding us toward the door down there.
Check that out. And I did
I
find
seem to be heading
these.
south down this hallway, at least.
I found some kind of little idol and a mace. Perhaps they can come in use.
Ah, yes, that
Less, but I just needed a little bit of time to perform the ritual.
that is true.
Perhaps we might retreat back to the tower. At least we'll have a good viewpoint of anything approaching.
That's
Put up
So-
a makeshift
bad
camp.
idea.
Perhaps I'm getting paranoid, but I think my architect's instincts were right about those gargoyles. Something might try climbing up through the hole. We'll just keep an eye out. Aye?
That's true, but at least we should be able to see it coming. Perhaps set up a alarm in our perimeter.
And if
Did
one of
that
us
before
keeps an
checking
eye
out
on-
any.
Wherever we
Items.
rest, we know that that nightmare would be able to ambush us from anywhere.
That is true.
There are some things we cannot prepare for. Oh, let's make haste then, to the tower.
To the tower.
Alright, so the plan is to head up the tower which you were just in and try to short rest at the top of it.
Sounds like it.
Believe so, yeah.
Alright. And we'll take a quick break after this. Go to the bathroom as well.
Is this going to be before or after we've, done our stuff during the rest?
Before. We'll see how successful the rest is.
Fair enough.
Alright. 10-minute break?
Yeah, sounds good.
All
We'll
right.
be back at
Cool.
10:50 PST.
Alright, sounds good.
Alrighty. See y'all in 10 minutes.
Okay.
And it's fixed, so I've got Abyssal and Elven.
Rad.
Right. We are back. You guys had last left off by scaling back up the high tower peak after a perilous encounter with a band of 8 gargoyles who
many
blasted
gargoyles?
away. Turn. But you've now ascended the peak once more and are doing your best to try to short rest here. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do...
With my staff, kind of just like the peak of it hanging over the ledge of the pit, I would like to keep an eye down the hole to make sure nothing is coming up at us.
Okay. If you're trying to short rest during this time too, then it'll just use your passive perception. But
Okay, cool. Then yeah, I will be resting.
Okay. And over the course of the short rest, I think your ring of regeneration would also kick in as well.
Yes.
So I have not prepared these spells. Okay. Just for fun, for the first minute thing, I'm going to cast Featherfall on myself.
Oh, okay.
Say, don't worry, just a little bit of healthy paranoia never hurts anyone, I think. And then I will go about setting alarm over the hole as a ritual, so that'll take a good 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Or 11 minutes, actually.
Yeah, if alarm takes a minute to cast, then ritual would be 11.
And then I will spend the remaining short rest performing Identify twice on the mace and the other thing that I have.
Okay, and each of those takes 10 minutes, correct?
So that's
I
another
think
20.
as part of a short rest, you can try to discern a magical item's properties without using Identify.
Oh, that's true.
I think if you want to attune to it, however, that's a separate short rest, if I'm remembering correctly.
Unless it is already identified.
Okay,
so...
in that case, I will still do that. I will
Okay.
still do Identify.
Okay. So the first 10 minutes or so has passed setting up the alarm. Where are you setting it? On the central shaft, or
Just right
actually,
on
can you
top
click
of that.
spell for me so I see if you can actually cover the
Oh
entire
yeah,
thing?
sorry. Let me do that.
No larger than a 20-foot cube. So yeah, it would be either the staircase coming up or the central shaft.
The central shaft. I'll do that.
Down. Okay. So the first 10 minutes pass for that. During those 10 minutes, you would also gain 1d6 hit points from the Ring of Regeneration.
So is that is with the full rest here, but between the last time I took damage
It would be
and
another
are we
1d.
up here? Is that a total of
Last time you
2d6 then?
took damage. Yeah, it would be a total of 2d6.
Sweet.
Calling the time to get up here, yeah, that's close enough to that. So you go over 7. The alarm ritual is completed, and then what would you like to try and identify first?
Well, I would like to identify the little statue thing.
Okay. Placing a hand on it and kind of figuring out its arcane capabilities. The statue is... I'm sure this. Is the icon of Ravenloft. Is a wondrous item which requires attunement by a creature of good alignment. A 12-inch tall statuette made of pure silver, weighing 10 pounds. depicts a cleric kneeling in supplication, history, etc. While within 30 feet of the icon, the creature attuned to it is under the effect of a protection from evil and good spell against fiends and undead. Actually, I think it's everyone. Yeah, while within 30 feet of the icon, a creature is under the effects of a protection from evil and good spell against fiends and undead. Only the creature attuned to the icon can use its other properties, so that property works for everyone, I guess. The properties are: you can use an action to cast Augury from the icon with no material components required. Once used, it can't be used until the next day. You can use the icon as a holy symbol while using Turn Undead or Turn the Unholy, which none of you can do, so it's not relevant. And while holding the icon, you take an action to heal one creature you can see within 30 feet of you, who regains 3d8 plus 3 hit points, unless it's an undead, construct, or fiend, and once used, it cannot be used until the next dawn.
Wow, this seems like quite a nice item.
Sign from the Morning Lord, I should hope. He is lucky that we would find such a thing in Strahd's own house. Since Holy Symbol of Ravenkind technically has a Turn Undead feature, does that count, or is this only class features?
I don't think you can use the Turn Undead property of the Holy Symbol of Ravenkind.
Oh, I am so sorry. If you have the Turn Undead.
Yeah.
Yep, never mind. Forget about that.
The no cleric, no paladin run is rough.
So with that identify period, do I get another d6?
You would, yeah. Which is another 3.
Does turning
So-
Strahd actually help us?
It says while within 30 feet. It says a creature? Is that any creature within 30 feet?
Yes.
I think
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
A creature
Yeah,
has
after it's been
moved.
attuned to, the properties kind of activate. But yeah, while one of you is attuned to it, anyone within 30 feet is under the effects of a protection from evil and good spell.
Does that affect our enemies as well?
Conceivably, yes. It doesn't say you can choose, so.
Yeah, it's protected from fiends and undead. So as long as neither of us are either of those, I think we're in good shape.
That's nice. Can someone put protection from evil and good in here?
Yeah.
It's pretty
Oh,
damn
and the
good.
channel.
Yeah. I guess since none of us actually have that on our...
Also,
That
while
paladin
we are
help.
short resting, I'm just gonna start burning hit dice.
Don't use any hit dice yet.
At the end.
Okay.
There's protection from evil.
Oh, thank you.
No charm.
Alright.
Wow, this item's really good.
Yeah.
Like,
sitting
I
in
just
the
constantly
chapel.
concentration spell.
Wonder there were cobwebs all over the place. Okay.
As you start the process of doing the second one, since this process is taking you about 11 minutes for the
20
first, 11 minutes for the second, so you're 22 minutes in. Before you can actually finish the ritual on the other item, you would hear a kind of pinging noise from the alarm being tripped, and you see flying into the room would look like swarms of bats ascending up through the central kind of shaft and
Okay.
flying about the room.
I say, right, the bats, they're coming. Alarm's been tripped.
Should we wait to see if they're just
can I-
bats?
Can I tell... can I attempt to look at these bats, like duck and hit the ground and see, are they flying out, like, into the sky, or are they flying out to eat my face? Or our
Make me an
faces?
insight check.
Okay. Lovely. I can't see much of anything.
You're not sure, it's kind of just a cloud of bats. Their
Okay,
intent
regardless-
is hard to determine. However,
I'm going
as they
to
fly
press
up
my back
in-
against
Yep.
the wall.
Okay, sure. As they fly up into the room, you also have like a round of being alerted from the alarm, since it was set near the top of it, I believe. But 20-foot cube, so you're here when they were at 20 feet down, which, yeah, that's about right. So also you have about a round after the warning to prepare these things, before these things reach you.
Okay, I will
Might
say
I ask
if any of...
how... Sorry, might
Go
I
ahead.
ask how high this little tower place is?
You're not entirely sure. You've climbed up probably about 400 or so feet from where you entered it.
I mean, how high is the roof?
Oh, the roof above you. Let me... Probably, let's say 15 feet above you. Yeah. Yeah, 15 feet at kind of where it starts, but then it climbs to a kind of point as a conical spire, a little bit higher.
See, that's... How tough bats are.
So I'll warn everyone, I'm going to ready an action to firebolt as soon as anything looks like it is coming at me, and I'm pressing
Okay.
myself into the wall. So
Everyone else, is there a ready action you would like to take? You've basically been alerted that something is coming, and you hear the flapping of wings, essentially, and kind of chittering. clicking
Yeah,
noise.
so since I was remaining fairly close to the opening, at Lamos's warning, I'm going to prep up a burning hands and just try and fire it straight down into the hole.
Okay.
My warning, by the way.
Or sorry,
Stefan.
Stefan's
Yeah.
warning.
I'm gonna have the sun sword out.
Okay. Wait. But we're up.
I'm going to ready... I think already... Can I point Thunder Wave straight down?
Yeah, that's doable.
Yeah, already Thunder Wave. And just... When something gets within, let's say, 5 feet of me... Is that even a good one? I'll just ready Thunder Wave pointing downward for when one of the swarms gets within 5 feet.
Okay. If that's the case, and you all have your ready actions, flying up from the bottom where they tripped the kind of alarm itself, which had been 20 feet down, one of these swarms of bats comes bursting up out of the hole in the kind of central pillar that the staircase ascends. So feel free to use your held action.
Alrighty. I'm gonna lean over and fire straight down the hole.
Okay. What is the shape or range of Burning Hands?
15-foot cone.
Okay, so you'd only be able to hit the one that flew up the 20 feet past the kind of alarm trigger point.
Oh, sorry, I was trying to pull up the spell information. Okay, so there's only the... Because I had my staff, like, leaning over the edge. I can't see any further down from
You'd be
from
able to
where
see
they're coming up
more,
from.
which are a little bit further down. Looks
Okay.
like multiple swarms of them that are ascending up, but they tripped the alarm about 20 feet down or so.
Okay, well, I that was what I readied,
Yes.
so
That's a range on alarm,
I'll run with it.
unfortunately. So-
Yeah, no, it's fine.
So, okay. I am still holding it, I guess, until they actually get close enough. Like, if they look like they're attacking me.
Okay.
Um,
Can't really tell intent yet, since so far it's just flying up. But
so it's
we will
just
see.
flying upwards.
We will
Yeah,
see
so I guess
what
I'll
it
just
decides to do
continue
if it
holding
survives the
action.
burning hands.
Yeah, my reaction was specifically to Stefan saying there's something coming, and I leaned over and shot this down the hole. So
All right. That is a fail, so 18 points of damage to this one. All but just about one or two of the bats are incinerated.
I
However,
think
the
we got them.
two that are remaining are going to fly to essentially whoever's closest here. Zelda looks like she's the closest. As one of these swarms of bats is going to move towards you, kind of up to here. It does seem to have a hostile intent, so.
Right.
If you would like to
I
use your
will-
held action.
I will definitely use my held action and take a swipe.
All right. That will do it. As you
Technically
carve
say
into
myself,
this-
so
Okay.
I think
gotcha.
this one here is the closest, so I'll just wait for that.
Yeah. The swarm of bats, as the few remaining bats scorched by the fire head towards you, cleave through the remaining two of them, dropping them as it's kind of holy light singes their fur, glowing briefly before they stop moving. Stefan is back around to your turn now.
Okay, so these ones are rising up. I will,
Yeah, they're still 20 feet down.
and they clearly went over to Zeldis.
Yeah, definitely. Seem
So at this point, I'm just gonna launch a firebolt at them.
All right. That will hit. Which one would you like to target?
The one right in that corner there, top right.
Okay. You'll probably need to get a little bit closer to the edge since they're 20 feet down down the shaft still, essentially.
That's valid. I will go to the edge and then back up again
Okay.
after that.
26 hits for 16 points of fire damage. The small amount of fire explodes in the cloud of bats and blows away all but maybe 3 of them, but still a few remaining. And they seem to be continuing to ascend.
Okay, so maybe we didn't get all of them.
Arnita. From your position on the edge, you still see 3 swarms of bats, one which looks like it's taken a solid blow, about 20 feet down and ascending the shaft rapidly.
I will follow up and also launch a firebolt down in the same general direction that Stefan.
Okay, roll to hit. Yep, that definitely hits, and what remains of the
Sweet.
swarm of bats is blown away. Still seem to be some, but you've thinned the large kind of black cloud by about 50%.
And I will take a couple of steps back and also press my back to the wall,
Okay,
leaving my quarterstaff there to help illuminate the shaft.
okay. Lambless.
I will, following my companion's lead, I will walk to the edge and shoot a produce flame down to the shaft.
Sure, roll to hit.
Target the one close to me, I think. This one.
Okay.
Hey, also a
that is
crit.
another crit. As bolts of fire just keep getting thrown down the shaft, incinerating large squads of the bats before they can even reach the top.
And I will take
18
I will
points of damage.
take a step back.
All right. The fairly charred bats are now reaching the top of the shaft, are going to explode out 20 feet up. They have 10 more feet of movement, which actually.
Did Zeldis roll initiative?
Oh,
That is an excellent question.
we're not on here. That's-
Okay, well, let's fix that.
Uh, 19. All right. So you would have been up first. Is there anything you would like to do from the top? We can just go however you go now.
I'm gonna point at a bat and just say, "Your face looks dumb."
You mock a bat.
Got him.
That's a 4. Swarm of bats seems to just kind of give up, and the poor bats just disperse from their swarm, flying back down, looking almost kind of dejected. The swarm is dissipated. The remaining swarm of bats is going to fly up 20 feet to get up. It's 10 more feet of movement, which actually I can swarm around any of you from your positions. So we're just going to dash over to Landless. The swarm of bats burst out of the top, the few remaining ones, and flutter their way over into your space, kind of flocking around you and beginning to flap their wings in your face and bite you. No attack this turn, however, since they had to dash to get there. Stefan.
Okay. I'm just gonna. Oh no. My character screen just went completely black. Gonna reopen that briefly. I'm just gonna hit it with Old Faithful. A fireball.
13 will hit for 17 points of damage. Careful to avoid Lambless. You unleash a small mode of fire towards the swarm of bats and manage to just kind of clip them, hitting a decent amount of them as they fall fried on the floor. The smell kind of burning fur entering the air. All right, Ardita.
Does it seem like I can get a clear shot on the swarm without hitting Lambless?
You can, yeah. There's only a few of them left. It's probably doable.
Okay, sweet. I'm just gonna lob another firebolt over then,
Sure.
actually trading out the ruby over to my right hand and starting to fire my magic from my.
Okay. Go ahead and roll to hit.
Yes.
It hasn't loaded for me yet.
Oh, well, I'll just sit here and
Oh, there it is. Okay.
swim in my
Oh, that's
crypt
another
by
20.
myself for a while.
With that, with careful precision, making sure to just kind of hit the bats and not your companion. The bolt of fire explodes against the bats, sending what remained of them scattering.
I hold up my right hand, kind of like a slingshot, and get my aim down the sights, and just.
All right.
Well,
The top of the tower again goes quiet. However, that did interrupt your short rest.
we try again or find a different spot.
Well, Stefan, you said there looks like there was still another thing you wanted to look at, yeah?
Yes, and I would feel better after a rest.
I think we all would.
Let's stay here. I think those bats know better than to bring their friends back.
They were not as painful as the gargoyles we fought. I'm alright with staying here. Well, prompt. Can we get the alarm back up? That was very helpful.
Yes, well, if we are to get a entire rest, it won't matter if we need 11 or 20 minutes. Very well. Over to the central shaft and begin kind of gently waving my arms about, setting out the boundaries of the alarm spell.
Okay.
And
Ritual casting it again?
if we are, what was it?
Ritual casting it again?
Yes. And then 11 minutes are uneventful. I will begin ritually casting Identify on the mace.
Okay. The 11 minutes do pass uneventfully. Arnita, you can recover another 1d6 HP.
Hey, hot one.
It's something.
We're living now.
So how do the next 11 minutes go?
The next 11 minutes also pass without incident. And at the end of it, you discover that the mace you're holding in your hand is called a Mace of Terror. Also requires attunement and has 3 charges. While holding it, you can use an action to expend 1 charge to release a wave of terror, and each creature of your choice in a 30-foot radius extending from you must succeed a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw or be frightened of you for a minute, which is. Let me just double check to be sure. For some reason.
Not much good with a mace.
Yeah, this is correct. And essentially frightened of you for a minute. While it's frightened, must spend strength trying to move as far away from you as it can. Can't willingly move to a space within 30 feet of you, and can't take reactions. For its action, it can only use the dash action or try to escape from an effect that prevents it from moving. If it can't move anywhere, it can use the dodge action, and repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns.
That seems like it would be useful.
One of
Even
you
if-
have more use for this.
Even if you can't wield it, it's a handy ability.
I believe I can actually wield maces with a reasonable amount of skill.
I fear I'm becoming too much of a walking armory. I don't think I can hold all of these at once. If it is alright with you, I would prefer... I kind of
Right.
gesture to the icon.
I'll take if no one else
Or
has
the
use for it.
statue.
I'm at least proficient with a mace.
Go right ahead.
I could take the statue. Unless it is something you wish to hold.
I think it is better suited for you. Of course. You may have it.
Sweet. So, then throughout the course of this next rest, should we make it, I will spend the time attuning to the icon of Ravenloft.
Okay.
If that's chill with everyone.
So the 10 minutes to cast that identify past that incident, so you can recover another d6 HP. Balance and all things. And as you proceed onward, trying to catch your breath, about 8 or so minutes later, you again get that mental ping. The alarm is tripped. Sounds like something is crawling its way up the shaft.
Alright. I give everyone the warning. I say, damn it, I don't think we're going to get any rest up here. Something is coming.
Right.
I'm going to move over to the edge and just like peer down.
Okay.
You're
Looking
ready.
down, you see about
Firebolt.
Okay. About 20 feet below you or so, what look like 4 dismembered hands, just hands, but crawling their way up the side of the walls. Their sharp claws kind of digging into it as they spider the way up with their fingers. You'd also hear a similar kind of clicking, dragging noise from behind you, coming up the stairs.
Oh, lovely.
That's delightful. Alright. Back to...
Similarly, we'll be holding a firebolt, waiting for these creatures to appear. Whichever one appears in my line of sight first, I'll blast it.
All right. Initiative.
Do you want us to roll new initiatives?
Up to you. We can keep the old ones, or I was just going to keep the ones from before.
Oh, whoops. In that case, I'd like to get my 19 if we're not all re-rolling.
Sure, if everyone else is keeping. What were we up before? 17?
Alright, do we still have that free round to prepare?
Yeah. So you've basically learned when these things were 20 feet down at the kind of bottom of the shaft. So if there's anything you'd like to ready
Cool.
before they.
I'm just
Yep,
gonna
that's fine.
cast Thorn Whip on the one right across from me. So this one.
Okay. Easy enough to do, yeah. As you kind of lean over, seeing it at the bottom, you manage to extend a whip of thorns around it, and go and roll to hit, actually. I'm tired. A 14 will hit, and it's a dismembered hand. Doesn't seem to be too much to it. As the whip lashes out across it, you strip whatever flesh is left on its hand, and it tumbles back down into darkness.
Yeah. I like to step back.
Okay. First up is actually this one. I'm going to crawl its way over to Zelda's here.
And as soon as it gets in line of sight, I'm gonna lob my firebolt at it.
Yep, go for it. A 13 will hit, and before it can reach up and try to scratch at Zelda's, you destroy it essentially with a blast of fire which detonates against it.
Watch out behind you again.
Tumbles down these stairs. This one climbs up the 20 feet that it was down the shaft and basically comes to here. It's going to actually dash over towards Zelda's would be the closest.
Yeah, I'm gonna
dash over there.
try and get
yeah,
that
you
one.
can go ahead and shoot it. Also hits for
Very
13 points
nice.
of fire damage. You manage to take care of this one as it makes its way to the top.
Nice.
I
Stefan.
could get used to this.
Wait, oh yeah, I forgot how that works. I guess I can still do that.
Blast
I'll walk
'em.
up to the edge, and we'll blast the one crawling up.
Okay. Go ahead and roll to hit.
I should have it there. Did you get it?
Not yet. That definitely hits. 19 points of damage. Another crawling claw is sent falling back down to wherever the shaft leads. All right, Sheldis.
We can never catch a break, can we? Gonna take a few steps down the stairs and just kind of try to smash down with my sword.
Sure, roll to hit. That definitely hits, and it is technically undead, but it is very, very dead. You cleave it in half with the sun sword. No bonus damage needed there. It kind of just splits in half, falling limply on the ground.
And I'll stay where I am.
Okay. This claw is going to crawl its way up and to get up there and dash over to Lemlis here. Arnita. Arnita.
Oh shit! Sorry, I didn't have my push to talk going.
You're good.
I'm gonna take a step up and start dancing a firebolt on my hand, and as I lob it off toward the one climbing toward Lamless, I'm gonna shout, "I don't know that we're going to get much rest up here. We might need to go back downstairs," and fire it off.
Okay. Rolled hit. 15 hits, and you managed to take care of the one that was crawling its way towards Lamless.
And that'll be it.
Okay. The remaining crawling claw, pulling itself up the staircase, actually manages to make it over to Zelda, so it's going to do its best to claw at her. Which is a 5 to hit. Oh, it's his claw's choice. It's weird. Oh, it's bludgeoning or slashing, got it. But it swipes at you, but it seems to just kind of be an animated construct, no real mind of its own or anything. It managed to step out of the way easily to try to snatch one of your ankles. Limbless.
I'm just going to walk over here, look at the little hand, and I'm gonna produce flame at it.
Okay. Roll 2 hits. A 20 will hit as you manage to immolate the remaining crawling claw. Once again, the high tower peak falls into silence, for the moment at least.
We take a vote. Do you all think it is any safer up here, or is it worth going elsewhere?
I mean, his minions are getting less and less impressive.
But still, just as annoying. I think we should go elsewhere.
I'm personally feeling much better than I did when we were downstairs, but it may do us some help to go somewhere else.
Try for 3rd time's the charm. Beyond that, I would say we are wasting valuable time.
How much time has passed since we were here?
Minutes up here.
I mean, just in Ravenloft.
At this point, it's been, let's say, for the time I spent trying to rest, probably a little bit over an hour. Maybe pushing like somewhere between an hour and an hour and a half.
I mean, anytime we take up here, at least one of us recovers a bit. It's not...
I'll have rings of regeneration.
I will stand by that our small metal friend was sending us somewhere.
Somewhere where he last spoke with other people. People who may or may not be friendly to us.
People means a new room, means new threats. You may call me a foolish Vistana, but I say we go for 3rd time's the charm. And after that, fuck it, we go wherever our wits may take us.
I think I agree with that. I could use a bit of time to recover. And
Very well. Tower it is.
so far it seems
Alright,
what he can...
so attempting to rest in the tower again?
And I'm going to attempt to cast Alarm for our first 11 minutes. If that can pass.
That does go off without a hitch. Alarming the central shaft again.
Then I will just sit back against the with my back against the wall here, hopefully waiting for an hour of uninterrupted rest.
Alright. The first 10 minutes as you cast the alarm pass without incident, so Arnita, heal another.
I'm gonna
3
take my
HP.
bear trap and set it
Yeah.
on the staircase.
Okay, let me look up what a bear trap does, because I have literally never had someone use one of them.
I think it's 12 or 13 dex.
Yeah,
I know
DC
that doesn't
13
help
dex
because you're still
save,
going to
or
look it up,
takes
but
1d4 piercing damage and stops moving. Nice. Oh, that's cool. Stop moving, go up until it breaks through the trap. The movement is limited by the length of the chain, usually 3 feet. Okay, cool. So where would you like to set the bear trap on the stairs?
It would do well.
Okay. I started using these more. It's kind of neat. Okay. Another 10 minutes passes without interruption, so Arnita, you can heal another 1d6.
Nice.
Ring of Regeneration is nice.
It's pretty
I don't even know where it is in the actual campaign.
I think you have to do a whole thing with like a grave and
That's right.
the Dusk Elf No, wait, no. You have to take it to a grave and put it with the item or something.
Yeah, like
Wow, is
Tasha
it really?
Petrova's holy
Oh,
symbol or
it's-
something.
Is it the one outside of the Kresk?
It's one in the
Uh,
abbey. It's one of the graves in the abbey. You can take a
Abbey?
holy
Yeah.
symbol back there.
Yeah.
Wild.
Right. Yeah. I've never had anyone find that, but and then another 10 minutes or so pass without interruptions, so you can heal another 1d6.
if any of my players are listening to this, disregard everything everybody just said about the Ring of Regeneration. It will not be there when you go looking for it.
And it's at about 30 minutes into it when, what are your passive perceptions?
19.
11.
16.
Fuck, where am I at? 11.
Okay, Zeldis and Lambless, you would hear the sounds of something coming up the stairs.
I'm gonna stand up and just move over here with my sword drawn.
No, Zeldis, back up. I'm feeling much better. You have not had the chance to.
And you see approaching you ghostly, well, semi-ghostly forms, I guess. White hair, still clad in what looks like tattered armor, bearing long swords at their sides, but they seem to definitely be the undead nature. Kind of skin tightly clinging to the bones, very pale, and kind of these red eyes which burn with hatred, all marching up the stairs. We can just go ahead and keep the same initiative.
Who's attuning to the symbol?
I was going to attempt
The
to.
icon?
Oh yeah, the icon. If everyone else fights this while he sits out, can he continue his rest?
He could, yeah.
Can we do
So
that?
tuning to it?
Okay.
Having everything have disadvantage against us would be nice.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, that is a
Yeah.
game
One more.
changer.
Yeah.
That's fair. Okay, yeah, I can take a step back on my turn then.
Zeldis, you are up first. There is a hunting trap directly in front of you, which these creatures don't seem to have noticed yet.
But then again,
Not
they're
easy to hide, right?
ghostly things, right? They may not even be affected by
They
the
look
trap.
semi-ghostly. They have some kind of corporeal form to them, at least.
Okay.
They look undead.
Um,
As they kind of walk upstairs, they also kind of instinctively shield their eyes from the bright light coming off your sun sword.
okay. I'm going to not step on the bear trap because that would be dumb. But I'm going to point the sun sword at the one all the way to the right and just say, "It's a good thing that you're dead. I assume that your face was not much better when you were alive."
As you viciously mock this poor wight. It's a 13. It seems offended and actually take it to heart, kind of clutching its head in pain. Okay.
And then I'm gonna back
so-
up.
5 points of psychic damage. Stefan.
Right. Okay, gonna head over here. I'm the one that Zelda's already damaged. I'm going to take out my arm and say, what does a man have to do to get 1 hour of uninterrupted rest in this hellhole? And just firebolt that one.
That's a crit. Alright, that'll definitely hit for 17 points of fire damage to that one. Already looking a bit offended, kind of looking down, considering itself, am I ugly? As a bolt of fire explodes against its chest, while it's distracted from the insult.
Is it looking okay? Is it looking...
It's starting to look a little bit rough, but still seems intent on heading up the staircase. Alright, this one is going to, pushing past its comrades, step directly in the bear trap. So there's a dex save. 21, which actually manages to avoid. Pulling its leg free, kind of in a bit of shock at the bear trap, and then continues moving. I was going to move up to Zeldis and attack with disadvantage because of vicious mockery and because of sunlight. But drawing its longsword, swings at you twice. Swings at you twice. Hold on. Oh, this block doesn't have the life drain on. Oh my. That's. The first one's going to be a 19 to hit, even with the disadvantage,
Oof. Okay.
for 4 points of slashing damage.
It'd been worse.
And the second is going to be an 8 to hit.
That
Still
misses.
disadvantage from the sunlight.
Yes. Thankfully.
The first one manages to just kind of clip you as you try to duck out of the way, but the second one swings wide overhead. Arnita.
Heeding my fellow magical companions' advice, I will just retreat further into the.
All right. So trying to continue your rest.
Yeah, and just press myself up against the wall and try to continue making sense of the icon of Ravenloft.
Okay. Landless.
Yeah. How injured did that one look?
He's looking a little bit rough, kind of like just on the cusp.
Ah, damn it. All right.
You can probably tell these
Yeah,
are
over
fairly
here.
sturdy-looking things.
Yeah, sturdier than the claws of the bats, at least.
Gonna step here. Gonna thorn whip this one.
Okay.
Nice,
The
nice,
whole
nice,
thing
nice,
is-
nice.
Really like having this cantrip.
That will hit.
Oh,
And
yes.
pull him 10 feet towards you. Straight down into the hole. As he plummets some. I think he hits damage.
Then I'll go over here and just block this path a little bit.
Oh, yeah. You hear the sound of clattering below.
Oh my goodness.
Falls very long way down.
I like being up here.
That's amazing.
This white is going to step up to here. Actually, taking a page out of the other ones, out of Lamless's book. Is going to make a shove attack at Zildus.
Oh no!
So I need you to make me an athletics or an acrobatics check. This one is just a flat roll for it, since it is a disadvantage on attack rolls. Managed to nimbly leap out of the way, no problem. Dodging its kind of shove towards you. However, it's going to try it again. So make me another athletics or acrobatics check.
Oh no.
You were pushed 5 feet
Do you
back.
still have disadvantage?
It's on attack rolls, not on checks.
That's
Gotcha.
Featherfall.
And I think it technically counts. It's an attack, but it's not an attack roll.
Yeah, is a shove not part of an attack action?
Let me check.
I think they are technically counted as attack. A check would be like a
Let's see.
contest.
You can make
You're
a
making
special
it in-
melee attack to shove a creature. Yeah, I'd say that would count. In spirit of a white being kind of bothered by sunlight, it would. I'll say it counts. So go ahead and make me another check, because that
Because
Tied
that
them.
tied.
having no luck with the sun in its eyes, it kind of angrily glares at you. This one is going to give me that one. This one is going to move up to here, and it's going to swing at you twice. It's going to be a 7 and a 10.
Oof. Okay.
With one arm kind of up to block its eyes from the light. It swings at you, but I think you're really bothered by the light out coming off that sunsword.
Slight is really saving me.
Zeldis.
Right. Out of the two that are next to me now, do either of them look particularly injured?
No, neither of them have been hit yet.
Okay. Goodness. Well, I don't think there's anything I can do that's more effective than just taking a swing. I'll swing at the topmost one.
Okay. A 13 will miss, unfortunately. Manages to just kind of meet its armor, but even as it impacts the armor, you see the flesh underneath starting to kind of burn and smolder.
Mm-hmm. And, sure, why not? I will expend a healing word on myself. I feel like maybe I need it.
So, 11 points of healing. Stefan.
The one that is, I'll say, that with the little vine, that was nice. Going to go here, and at the one that is further down staircase with my firebolt.
Alright, that will hit for 16 points of fire damage. The bolt of fire explodes against it. It's still looking mostly alright, but definitely seems to have a pretty solid impact against it. Arnita, you're continuing to rest.
How's everybody doing?
We're fine.
And I'm just gonna take another step back further in, staring at the whites from across the room, and then focusing my eyes back on the statue.
Gotcha. Lambless.
So if I pulled this one, would it fall into the pit?
If you repositioned a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going over here.
No problem. Yeah. If you reposition, definitely. Yeah, so roll to hit.
That's what I will do.
That will do it. 5, 10 actually makes it just to the edge if the roller pulls 10 feet. I'll give it a dex save to try and avoid falling in, since it's right at the edge. That won't do it. As it kind of teeters at the edge and just manages to, or just happens to lose its balance, falling down. Not even going to roll damage. You hear another clatter as it hits the floor down wherever this tunnel into the castle leads. Pillar leads. Alright, this white is going to continue attacking Zeldis and make 2 attacks. Disadvantage. 8 disadvantage and a 13.
Both whiffing.
Does the 13 hit?
Nope.
Alright, you just managed to kind of duck out of the way in time as its blade sweeps over and it goes back to shielding its eyes from the sunlight. Zeldis.
Oh, you poor, poor creature. Swinging.
16 will hit, and you deal an extra 1d8 since it is an undead. Another 8. Nice. Some sword beams with light as it cuts through this thing. Not really stopping, just phasing through it, burning it as it does, and pulsing with light about halfway through it.
Would you mind taking a step to the side, my friend? I'd hate for you to get pushed off too.
Certainly. I'm gonna step over here.
Alright. Stefan.
Alright, I'll do my best to warm it up a bit.
That will hit for 20 points of fire damage as another blast of fire explodes against this creature. It's looking very rough at this point. Just kind of barely shambling, holding itself together, kind of falls, catching itself on its sword, planting in the ground, then pulling itself up weakly. Arnita.
Continuing to hang out with my statue friend and
Alright.
looking worriedly across as Zeldis is avoiding being pushed down the hole.
Alright. Lambless.
Oh. It looks weak. I think I'll use Produce Flame on it.
Okay.
So a nice little mote of fire.
That will hit, and following up the bolt of fire from Stefan, another burst of fire explodes against this thing, and it kind of flames engulf its white hair burning off and falls in a slump at the side of the tower, unmoving.
Right. Okay. How are we all feeling? Seems like these things are coming like every 20 minutes.
Haven't hit us yet. But yes, I don't think we're getting more rest here. Let's finish this one, and I suppose we'll be off. I still got a bit of healing resources, and I guess we'll make do.
DM, you said I'm about 30 minutes into the attunement process right now.
Yeah, you're 30 minutes in.
Rest for the next 30 minutes, and
If we are not disturbed the next 30 minutes, we could try for another rest. Beyond that,
could.
I say we need to find the woman we came here for.
I agree.
And once we do, Strahd will make us his target. He won't mess around with us anymore. During that 11 minutes, I'm going to do the same thing with here. If that 11 minutes passes, I will stay within eyesight, or I'll ask Zeldis to come with me, go down about 30 feet the staircase, and set up another alarm there.
Okay.
If that is a thing.
Sure.
If we're going to be spending another 30 minutes, so
Yeah.
After the first
entryway is
10
covered.
pass, the hole in the middle of the floor is properly alarmed. You heal another 6. After another 11 minutes or so pass, the stairway itself is alarmed. Go ahead and heal another D6. I think that puts you back up to full.
It sure does.
No
I feel
short
great.
rest needed. So at this point, 20 minutes have passed. As you wait out the other 10, both entrances now alarmed, waiting for anything to happen. Nothing seems to. Pass without incident. So, Aranita, you are now attuned to the icon of Raven.
Shall we try one last time to get just 30 minutes more rest?
we're doing
Yes, I
so
would like to
well.
recover some of my spells. I've saved the worst stuff for whatever is to come, but having a few more things under my belt would be nice.
And if what assails us next isn't too dangerous, Aranita can defend us, I think.
Consider it handled, and I will make my way over next to.
I'll resume my nice little spot here.
We're really determined for this short rest.
I want it.
And the next 30 minutes pass, thankfully, without incident.
Yay!
I'll
Oh
go
my
ahead and
God.
show this with the time.
Hell yeah!
Time to start expanding hit dice.
Yes.
Pre-rolled random encounters for resting in the
Love to
castle.
see it.
Oh,
Love to see it. Okay, I'm gonna roll. What do I have? D6? That's what a wizard is? Or is it D8?
I think we're
Wizard is
Six.
D6.
druids,
And that'll be
we
the
are
first
D8.
one. Oh, okay.
Also gonna restore some of my spell slots from my whatever
Right,
it's
Arcane
called.
Recovery. It can be
Uh,
5 spell levels
It's
total.
natural recovery, but yes.
We also get the
Oh,
bonus
yeah,
from
yours, right,
Song of Rest, right?
You do, yeah.
Yes.
Which I think is a D8. Because I think
I'm-
it allows
Everyone?
me
Or I
behind.
forgot how that works.
I'm gonna post
Yeah,
it
that's
in
everyone.
here as soon as I find it.
I think it's a D8 because it lags 1 behind inspiration, if I'm remembering correct. Yeah, so go ahead and roll a D8 and everyone recovers that.
Wonderful.
So everybody gets an extra 6.
Oh, okay. All right. During that remaining 30 minutes, I will just have my amulet, in one hand, which kind of looks like a smaller, slightly cruder version of the holy symbol of Ravenkind, as a little sigil of the Morning Lord, and my spell book in the other hand, and just mumble a few prayers to myself, and I will use Arcane Recovery there.
It's
Okay.
7 times 5 equals 35 plus.
So I will get recover 2. Wait, no. Yeah, I will recover 1/3 level spell slot and 2 first level spells.
Okay, that's good.
8 plus 6 for 3 hit dice expended.
Oh, I had Constitution. I forgot to add that. Oh well.
Oh yeah, that as well.
Whatever. I'm at full. I'm good.
5, 7, 8,
Expect we'll get
5.
too many more short rests in.
Nope, I'm expending as much as I can.
Okay.
Three,
Right.
4.
Is everyone good to go?
Once I finish rolling, but yes.
Sure.
May as well roll one more. Yeah.
Forget that
Oh, whoops.
little holy symbol.
That was also supposed to be a 2d8.
That can also be used to bring someone back from the brink, even if you do not have healing magic.
4, 5, 6. 6 hit dice
Absolutely.
expended, 4 useless.
I can only hope we won't need to use
That's
it.
full.
I hope so as well, but
I'm as fresh as a newborn daisy now. Really, I have all my resources back. That was a tiresome experience, but I'm too good.
We are also
my caravan leader would say, do not look for the sunrise until the night is gone.
we will bring light to this place one way or another, and thanks to this, and I hold up the icon, we're rather well fortified for the rest of the evening as well.
Indeed.
Let's hope that remains this case. At any rate, if anything is coming up from this shaft, I'm ready to bid this tower goodbye.
Although it has served our purposes quite well.
Let us go see what our little mechanical friend was trying to show us.
Let's.
All right. So heading down the staircase.
Yeah, and back to the southern door, in the direction we heard the organ music earlier.
All right. As you make your way down these stairs, well, heading through the chapel actually, before you get over there.
Who has the icon of Ravenloft?
Aranita does.
Gotcha.
Uh,
So
you'd
you all that
see-
30-foot radius also doubles as the protection from evil and good.
Yep.
As you have light up, and we'll just use that as the
The
same.
light is a 40-foot, but
Oops.
I'm just gonna make it. That's fine.
I think you can actually have 2 auras if you want, unless
Yeah,
that
you
would
can.
get too cluttered.
That's probably. We can green. Why not? Oh god. That's a lot, but we'll try to keep track of it. As you make your way downstairs into the chapel itself, you see door still remains open, and standing up from one of the pews very quickly. Stealth did beat all of your passive perceptions. Strahd's Chamberlain, who you had encountered previously. Rahadin stands up, and the word just says, "Now, my lord, I need you all to roll initiative." And again, for this first round, you were all surprised since both of their stealths beat your passive perception.
Yeah, to be fair, we did give him like almost 2 hours to prep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've been waiting for this.
They've just been waiting downstairs, just tapping their feet, twiddling their thumbs.
More or less, yeah. It's taken them so long.
Well, at least now we have the icon, as long as that lasts.
It'll be hard for him to take it away, I think. No charm.
This is true.
Is it actually true?
Protection from evil stops you from being charmed by undead while you're in its radius.
Ooh.
One layer on 20. And get some more dynamic music here.
Here we go.
Cool. All right. Of course, you got it. You know you had to do it to him.
All right, Stefan, you were up first, but for this round you are surprised. Rahadin is holding his action. Something. For the
That's
lair
not
action,
ominous.
something happens. Strahd himself isn't currently in sight. But lair action, something seems to happen. Zeldis, Arnita, and Lemlis, you're all surprised. On his turn,
Roll the little one. Ouch.
you start to see Rahadin's form begin to kind of move and shift, growing in size as his arms grow massive, his chest as well. Fur covers him, and we're left looking at the form of a giant ape.
Fuck.
I think that's huge. Let's say hello to Grilladin.
You battle
Really?
He's going to polymorph Rahadin. And now Rahadin is going to use his held action to attack someone as he starts rushing forward. He only gets one attack since he was holding it, but he's going to attack with a fist against Zeldis. Definitely. And I don't have a giant ape sheet on here, unfortunately, so I'll just have to roll them manually. Which is a 14 to hit.
That just meets it. But
Okay. Yeah.
as he's coming at me, I'm going to cutting words as a reaction
Oh, yeah.
to say, I knew you always behaved like an ape, but must you look like one too?
Go ahead and roll the cutting words with Zig.
Cutting
Artful.
words is D10.
Yeah, it should be the same as your inspiration.
So subtract 10 from that.
It's a 10. Yeah, so it's a 4. He seems off-put by the cutting words as his fist reaches back towards you, but wavers the last second, swinging wide and missing. Try. Here. Alright, and Strahd is going to move. All right, Stefan, you are no longer surprised, but Grilladin stands before you.
All right. Say Lamless, if this ape proves to be troublesome, you know what to do. I kind of point up at the sky where the moonlight is shining in through the stained glass windows. And I say, for now, let's not waste anything too much on Strahd's little pet here. If you see him come out, be ready for anything. And I'm going to just go ahead and singe some of that nice Gorilladin fur with a firebolt.
All right, an 18 will hit for 17 points of fire damage. Takes the impact of the firebolt, but in the giant ape form, he looks pretty hardy. Takes the impact, but still looking mostly all right. Bonus action?
That's about it, actually.
All right. Gorilladin is going to make 2 fist attacks at Zeldus, one with the Sun Sword. Which is a 21 to hit. First one. For 21 points of bludgeoning damage, as this large gorilla fist impacts you. Your vision kind of blurs for a second. Solid punch. And the second attack. As a 19 to hit.
Okay. I'm going to insult him again.
It hasn't been your turn yet, so you don't have your reaction back
Oh, okay.
to Cunning Words yet. Which is going to be 22 points of damage from these large gorilla fists.
Holy
impacting against you.
shit.
Got orders
You
to
can
go
blame
after her,
you can
that's
blame
for
the
sure.
red astronaut for this idea. Gorilladin was his baby.
I'm going to go and have words with him.
Lair action, something happens. Actually,
Oh, exactly what layer action I would use if I was Strahd at this point.
let's see here. Actually, before that happens, at the end of Rahadin's turn, he's going to use his legendary action to move. And is going to, now using this lair action, extend a finger towards, let's see. Let's say Aranita. Or, no, towards Lamless. Lamless. You watch as the kind of shadow cast from the light on the sun sword, your shadow against the wall, begins to kind of move unnaturally. I need you to make a... Oh wait, no, that one's 30 feet, never mind. Cannot do that. Yeah, no, that's 30 feet. Disregard. This one is not though. Alright. So instead, Zeldus, you watch as appearing behind you is a kind of ghostly form, clad in armor with a look of sadness on its face. As it appears behind you, it's going to reach out next to you and make a life drain attack. Which is a 23 to hit.
That hits.
I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw. That's not going to do it, unfortunately. It is rolling. It still says rolling the dice. Roll 20 is just trying to build up some dramatic tension.
It's working. Ooh.
Fine.
9 points of necrotic damage.
All right.
And your hit point maximum is reduced by 9. Lair action
standing, my
and
friend.
goes to Zeldus.
Right. Okay. Okay. we have a number of options here.
And then be healing yourself.
Healing myself is an option.
It appears he's also possibly too big to fit into the stairwell.
That is an excellent point. I am terrified of moving away from him at this point, though.
Also fair. Perhaps we can make this ape into the rat he is?
Ah, perhaps. I will leave that up to you, however. So I'm going to, as a bonus action, cast Healing Word on myself at 5th level. Because I am afraid.
Big healing word.
That's, wow, that's
Ooh.
tiny.
17 points of healing, however.
Yep. And also, I'm going to expend my other 5th level spell to start concentrating on Circle of Power. Because
Okay.
I think we're gonna need it.
So it's a 30-foot radius, so same as your Sunsword aura.
Mhm.
And then on saving throws against spells and other magical effects, and you succeed. Those will take half damage. Oh.
I'd
That
like
is
to
very
point out.
brutal.
Okay, actually, I wouldn't like to point out anything yet. Won't matter until my turn.
Alright.
And I'm going to not move.
Okay. At the end of your turn, Strahd is going to use a legendary action to move. Alright, Arnita.
Ah, damn, he's gone again. Well, you'll do. As I said, you're a rat, and you should live as one. And I'm gonna cast Polymorph
Okay.
on Gorilladin, and attempt to turn him into a rat.
Check with that. Is there something about stacking spell effects? I'm not sure that works. This. Return or game features have the same name, only effects of one of the most potent one. That'll probably work. Alright. Oh. Gorilladin shrinks down into Ratadin, Raha Rats.
Yes!
Hmm.
And with that,
It's
I am
small,
going
but-
to move a little bit toward the rat, just to like keep him near me, and make sure that my companions stay within my 30-foot radius.
Okay.
And I will end my turn there.
Alright. Landless.
Interesting. Oh. Not much I can do to Rahadin right now, except maybe pick him. If I try to grab Ratadin and stick him in my pouch, would that be a viable option right now?
It's doable. I'll say it would be like a contested grapple.
Yeah, I mean, my concentration is good for up to an hour, so if you want to pocket that rat, you're more than welcome to try.
A rat can't be that strong. I can't be that strong either, but you know.
Nice if you had a nice airtight jar. Just plop them in.
Or if we brought him back to the top of the tower and just like tossed him down the shaft.
Oh my god.
Take like take like 4 rounds, I think. 300
I mean,
feet.
is there a window we can toss him out of? Are we on the cliffside?
The
think
window's
we'd
a
have to
little
run out
higher.
to the
Kind of
courtyard.
if you need to get outside, yeah. No cliffs directly, or at least.
But what if we mage hand him? A rat can't weigh more than 10 pounds.
No, definitely less.
Alright. Where did I start off? Here?
We could use Mage Hand to yeet him the last 30 feet into the hole.
Here's my other question. Can I use a grapple as an opportunity attack?
I don't think you can. Check.
Actually, that's a good question, because I know at some point my players are going to want to do that.
It's a house rule. You cannot grapple as an opportunity attack of opportunity because attack of opportunity does not give you an attack action.
Nice, yes, makes sense. It's only a melee attack.
Yeah. Usually I house rule that you can, but trying to play. Rules is written here.
No, that makes sense. Alright.
Fair.
Then I'll go ahead and try to grab him.
Okay. He's going to make an acrobatics check as a rat to try and avoid it. So make me an athletics check.
What's my character again? I'd ever think I'm proficient in it.
14. You grapple ratted in.
I'd like to. Could I put him into my pouch?
Sure. Yeah.
This is gonna make him real mad.
Hell yeah, bag that rat.
Anything else?
I'll step to this direction a little bit. Maybe prevent any AoEs from hitting me.
All right.
Or hitting everyone at once at least.
Ratchet
That's fine.
goes with you. At the end of your turn, Strahd is going to use his last legendary action for this round. So you can move. Already just kind of poking it there. And is now come to his turn. He is going to going to try and launch another fireball.
I'm gonna counterspell that.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a d20 plus your spellcasting modifier.
I do not want to roll a saving throw. That would be incorrect.
That'll definitely do it, as the fireball is released from his hand and is foiled as he kind of looks up and glaring at you, and is going to use his movement to hit this one.
Coward!
All right, that's going to be him. Stefan.
All right. I'm going to say, what's the plan? Do we try and dispose of this rat?
I'll simply turn back.
Yes, but in this state, he's more vulnerable to anything we should tempt.
Is there a cliff we
Or
can
to be
throw him
hit,
off of?
then he will turn back regardless.
What if we brought him to the top of the shaft, hit him just enough so that he reverted, and then watched him fall?
We would
I think
have
we
to
can drop
outrun
him off
Strahd.
without hitting him first.
That is true. I could just stop focusing on the magic.
Strahd wants to fight us in a narrow shaft. That may work out in our favor. We'll be in full range of everything we've got.
It is true, but he would have to phase through to reveal himself. As far as we know, he cannot cast spells through the walls.
Yes, and
He would be in a
this would be
very
good,
small
though.
location with all of us.
We may be able to just spend all our turns holding actions that can be thrown at him when he enters.
I do like those
We'll
odds.
be in the range of Sun if we can get perhaps something that can stop him in his tracks.
And if he values this man at least, he may pursue us.
Or on the
I've
other
no
hand,
doubt of it.
he might just wait for 6 hours.
That is also true. Hey,
At
DM,
any
I
rate,
have a question.
he'd be down at Chamberlain.
What happens to Rahadin if I wild shape and meld all my stuff into my new form?
I would say he wouldn't meld with you.
Yeah, I figured.
I think he would probably
does he
get
get
dropped.
freed?
He'd pop out of the pouch.
Okay,
Yeah.
good to know. I won't.
The pouch
Probably
melted
won't
with
have
Can't become John Carpenter's The Thing and just start molding things into yourself.
you.
Back to our favorite tower then.
Like the tower. Tower has the sky. Like the sky.
I believe DM had mentioned last time that to get up there, it took us about 2 minutes of
Something
travel
like that,
time.
yeah.
So, it'd be considerable,
Almost.
like out of combat speed, or a considerable amount of rounds.
Said
if
it
we
was
continue
300
in it.
feet, right? If we can dash 60 feet.
It's about 400 at the top.
100? Okay.
That's straight up.
390, I think. Yeah, that'd be straight up. So going up around the.
I mean, if someone can bust down the wall, it might be deep enough just to toss him in, or I can fly him up and drop him in.
Unfortunately, my bust down the wall spell is no longer accessible since I burned both my 5th level slots.
Could make you fly.
We can already fly.
Well, I could also do that.
The problem is I need to fly straight up.
Not to be that guy, but I also feel like we've exhausted our limit of conversation within one round.
Yeah, probably.
Um,
What's the plan?
So yeah, I just want to know one way or the other what we're doing.
I like the idea of killing Rahadin.
But we don't have a direct method yet.
We could just all start running up the stairs, just pelting up the stairs.
I don't want to leave anyone by themselves though. Especially because we know your boy can move in between our turns with preternatural speed.
Are there any windows in this room?
The window's kind of above the altar, yeah. Like over
You know if there's a
here.
cliff outside?
Is the cliff directly
I mean, you
outside?
know, the castle itself is built onto an overlook. Some distance outside in the courtyard, there is presumably a cliff.
If we mage hand yeeted Ratadin out of the window, how confident are we that he would go over a cliff?
Let me see how close the nearest cliff is.
30 feet.
There's
Of
a
mage hand.
considerable amount of distance from these windows to the actual cliff, because it goes to the entire overlook kind of thing as well. Yeah, it's like over 100 feet to an actual cliff from these windows.
8
Granted,
Rahadin
100 feet is sooner than 400 feet.
True, and I can probably get there quickly.
Would you go into some sort of flight form?
Yeah, I now have access to power of flight. I can get there within 2 turns maybe. I still think Strahd's a bit faster than me, but if you guys can hold him off, I'll be away from the... Oh, no. You rely on him not charming me.
Ooh, yes.
Just need the protection, yeah.
What's the plan?
Okay, I'm gonna just move right up here, and if Radadin tries to move out of the way, I will just be prepared to the plan rather than. I'm just gonna say I don't think we can catch him if he runs away. Anyway, so if he gets
If he runs
away,
we'll
I'm
head
going
up the
to.
tower. If he doesn't, we'll. If he tries
If he
to play
gets
this
away,
fool,
I'm
we'll
going
catch
to
him.
zap him, and then we can just kill him in his true form, and I'll end my turn there because I
Wait.
think we've been.
Hold on,
No, if he runs away, we can get up the tower without his interference, hopefully.
Lemless, I go before you. I can dimension door you to a place where we can drop off Rahadin.
500
that's
feet.
good.
Yeah.
Wait, I have Dimension Door. What the? Why am I saying this?
What's the
Okay,
plan?
Hopefully this doesn't get you killed. I'm double checking the to any other spot within range. Okay,
Yeah.
wait, yourself.
I have 2 casts of it to get back.
Yourself, and somebody else that you bring with you.
So you'd
One
have to take
winged
Radadin.
creature of your
But
size
could
or
we
smaller.
take Rahadin?
You
Does
can.
he count?
Let me see the spell.
Like, does
Yeah, he
dragging
would-
him forcibly around count?
That is a creature.
You can hand off Radadin.
So I can run to you, but he
You're
might
already next to
get
me.
another athletics check if we hand him off.
Yeah, also it's one willing creature of your size or smaller.
Yeah, so that never mind. That,
Get the impression it's probably not willing.
We
yeah, all right,
charm
forget the
Rahadin?
Dimension Door.
You can try. But what is the plan?
Okay, in that case, I'm going with my usual plan of stepping right next to him. I will zap him if he tries to be a rat and get away,
Okay.
I think.
Well, if you do that,
Everyone
won't you
good
just
with
get an action on his turn? Like, if you break his form during his turn, he'll get his normal actions back, and then we'll die.
He won't be a gorilla though. He'll just be a sword guy,
Be
and we can
Rahadin.
try and
And the damage will carry over to Rahadin.
I'm actually not sure.
Is
So
everyone
there's
good
2
with that?
polymorph spells in effect on him right now. Strahd has a sense to be still concentrating on the other one, so
Oh.
Okay. I don't know how that works, so in that case, if I
neither
knew
do
that,
I. I don't know if you can actually stack polymorphs like this one.
I think they would overwrite, but
I mean, honestly, I think our best plan might be to just get him
I
up.
would say any
there.
excess damage carries over to its normal form. I would say not its... Well, I don't know. Whatever. That gets really rules lawyery of what a normal or previous form is.
Wait. No, we can dimension door to the top of the tower.
Yeah, so he would get back to his other
But not with
form,
him.
based on the first thread that I found.
Oh right, not
But
with
the
him.
problem is we can't take Rodin with us.
Yeah. And I suppose that
Otherwise,
just
the other
like
plan would have worked too.
Unless the dimension door caster is the one that takes him, but there has to be a hand.
Well, no, even then, he's not a willing creature, probably.
He's
but
not.
we're bringing him inside an object.
It would everything would teleport except for Rahadin inside the object. It would kind of drop from the pack where he was.
Got it.
Damn it, we need a bag of holding. None of us have that.
No.
What's the plan?
Let's do something. Don't kill him yet.
We could also.
So, okay, sorry.
Cast...
So you clarified he goes into his Rahadin form or Gorilladin form?
He would go into Gorilladin form if Strahd is still concentrating on polymorph.
In that case, I will not zap him. I will... Yeah, I don't know.
What if we cast
ready.
invisibility on Lamless, who could then fly away with Radadin?
That is pretty good.
All right. We've
Oh, my
spent
stealth
enough time
check.
deliberating. I'm going to
Yeah, what is the plan?
cast invisibility on him.
On Landless? Okay.
Wait, is Rodin visible?
Yes.
Anything you're wearing or carrying?
Oh shit.
Yes, yeah.
Right?
Say, be silent, friend.
Hell yes.
Unseen in the night.
Alright.
And that's my
I wanna
turn.
Smash one of the windows so I can get out too, because
They
I'm not
are
sure.
broken, I believe.
they are broken. Okay.
At least one of them is, yeah. On his turn now, Radadin is... Let's see what he can do as a rat. guess, try and squirm his way out of the bag. I'll just have him make an acrobatics check for the sake of this. A fairly high DC to get out of a bag.
Could also reduce him further into a baby rat.
I am gonna haste our bird friend.
Nah, no luck. You hear him moving around in the bag, but to no great effect. Glare action, something happens. Zeldust.
I'm not even sure what to do because I'm still all in on plan rat bag.
It is plan rat bag.
It is plan rat bag. I'm just gonna move up and be closer to everybody else. And I guess I'll ready an action to insult Strahd if I see him.
Okay. Arnita.
Shit.
Oh wait, sorry. One more thing. I would like to give Lamless a bardic inspiration dice, just in case he needs it.
Okay.
All right, I feel very well equipped and slightly worried.
So I was going to haste Lamless, but it is a creature that I can see within range.
Yes, you would need to be able to see him.
So I am
This
going
is nice. We might need that. You
to-
never know. Gooses and all your eggs in one basket.
Right, that's fair. Instead, then, I will haste Zeldus,
Okay.
and Zeldus, knowing you are wielding our handy-dandy sun sword, you get a +2 to your AC, doubled speed, and have an additional action on each of your turns.
I appreciate
Ooh.
that so much.
Actually,
Yeah.
I retract that. I would
Okay.
lose. It's a concentration spell. Sorry.
Yes.
I
that's
would.
true.
I would
It's
lose.
concentration on polymorph.
Damn it.
Oh, there's
Um.
not a lot of polymorph stuff going on.
Yeah, there's a lot of shenanigans going on at the moment. Oof.
We can
Okay.
save haste for a little bit later.
Yeah.
When your concentration breaks, you know Rodin is dead or something has gone badly wrong.
Fair enough. I will.
Is everyone else hearing two songs?
No?
No?
No? I don't think so.
Okay. Okay, never mind.
Worst comes to worst, I'll be soloing them both alone. I think I can do it.
I'm gonna move up a little bit. I'm gonna hold burning hands toward the corridor that I keep seeing Strahd pop in and out of.
Okay.
And that'll be it.
Lamless.
I'm invincible now. I'm going to use my action to turn into a giant eagle,
Okay.
which has a delightful flight speed of 80 feet.
Yep.
And I'm just going to
Victor to win.
I'm going to keep the pouch intact, merge everything else into me. And I'm grabbing the pouch and heading out.
Okay. So straight out
Alright,
through
I'm gonna head out.
one of the windows. So you make it 60 or so feet outside. I'll say like 50 feet because there's some elevation to actually get up to the window itself.
How far away am I from a cliff?
From the overlook, you. About 60 feet.
Oh, sorry, that's it.
Okay. Mm. The window. And at the end of your turn, Strahd is going to use his legendary action to move here. You can go ahead and release your burning hands. Does that 15-foot cone, right?
Nice.
He would be
Yes.
just out of range there.
Got it. Okay. Well, I still had speed left.
Yeah, you could have moved
Would
a
it
little bit
be
closer. That's fine.
okay?
Would know that you
Yeah.
wouldn't be able to reach him at that point.
Right.
Right, now it's just a geometry problem of staying within this little intersection of color.
Right.
So you get drawn into there.
It's a dex save, which is 13. Actually fails.
Wow.
He rolled really low. So 15 points of fire damage to him, which you can see as the fire damage hits him. The red amulet around his neck seems to kind of flare.
Oh, I
Shit.
forgot to do
him
that.
not
Right.
actually taking damage.
Well, that's okay. We'll just smack it down a bunch.
They always do.
This is just like a bunch more HP to go through. I also have no clue where it is, and we weren't supposed to know anyway, so. Oh well.
Yeah.
Nothing like an entire
Oh.
gang of people running this module to forget all of the hidden things about the module.
On his turn, he is going to actually. Let's see.
I'm gonna try to hold on while I'm away.
I think my held action also went off if he's within range. Yes. So yeah, I also insulted him when he came into view.
He's going to move forward and make 2 attacks at you. Which I think he's in the Sunsword range at this point. However, he didn't start his turn inside the sunlight, so he doesn't take that damage.
What about
he's
protection?
gonna be-
Does he have
He has disadvantage because of the sunlight and the protection. Lots of reasons, but
I think I was muted just now. My held action also went off when Strahd came into view.
oh, vicious mockery, right? He makes a save on that.
Okay.
His first attack misses, and his second attack is a nat 1 with a disadvantage.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yes.
Scowl's unable to find any purchase on you, and he's actually going to step 10 feet towards you, so he's going to move back. You can take an attack of opportunity with a melee weapon if you would like.
Sure. I'll swing at him with my dagger.
Alright, go ahead and roll to hit. That actually hits for 6 points of damage to him, also absorbed by the Heart of Sorrow.
what's the mace?
Were you attuned to the mace? I think so. I thought Lambless took the mace.
I'm not attuned to it. I don't know who has it. I
Oh.
don't think we agree.
Yeah, did anyone attune
Yeah.
to it?
Lamless, I think you have it, but you didn't have the opportunity to complete an attunement for it.
Oh, I guess it's useless.
That makes sense because we kept having those fights.
Yeah. Nobody's attuned to it regardless of who has it, so.
Right.
Okay.
So it's just a mace,
Stefan.
which is not useful.
Right.
Yeah, I don't even know if he's immune to frighten or whatever. Okay. Here. And I'm going to say, Saint Markovia, I follow in your footsteps. If I die tonight, it will be as a martyr. And I, holding the amulet of Ravenkind in my hand, I will activate its sunlight effect.
Okay. So now you are glowing with sunlight for 60 feet.
Geometric circles.
So many circles.
There's no circles.
If it helps at all, you can turn off my quarterstaff's light.
Okay. Oh god. There's light everywhere. Okay, as the amulet flares with sunlight, he kind of scowls, shielding his eyes from it a bit. Bonus action, or is that it?
That is all I got.
All right. At the end of your turn, he's going to use a legendary action to phase downward into the floor. And now I need to figure out where he goes. All right.
Could've used it for this
Alright.
first.
It is Rodden then.
It is rotted in. He's going to try his best one more time to. Well, I guess you have him in your claws now, right?
Yep.
So go ahead and
No, I
make me
haven't.
an
I didn't polymorph the pouch because he was still in the pouch. So I'm carrying the pouch.
Okay, so he'll try to get out of the pouch. He can. Nope, still on luck. Stuck in that pouch.
I hope you didn't have
the-
anything important in your pouch.
Yeah, I had a
The
bear trap.
lair action happens.
A bear trap.
I
Zeldis.
think I'm carrying almost everything I own. I don't own very much.
Did we say we picked up the bear trap again?
Oh,
I don't think
We
you did, but that's okay.
it's a bear trap.
I'm kind of tempted to phase downward and try to go after Strahd.
That is, I would,
That's daring.
in and out of character, I would dissuade you against that.
Yes.
Do you have a door back?
I have. I have.
This, you look like you're barely holding yourself together.
I have 3 4th level spell slots, so I could go there and back again and there again. I would probably die, but instead,
would.
instead,
That would also
let's-
mean no more sun sword.
Yeah, that's true.
Oof.
Instead, let's just wait here until Lamless gets back, and also, if that bastard shows his face again, I'm going to keep insulting him.
Alright, sounds good.
Do you have anything that would hold him in place?
No.
Okay. That makes sense then. Unless he gets
Aranita.
back, we can try pursuing him down. Alright.
I will step away from my friends a little,
Mhm.
just to keep some space between us as best I can. And I will hold a firebolt if I see him reappear again. If I
Okay.
see Strahd reappear again.
Lambless with a 60-foot fly speed, you said?
80 feet, actually.
80 feet. You would be able to make it over the outlook.
Or
Castle
I also have
Ravenloft.
a dash action I could use.
You do, yes.
I'd like to dash to bring my movement up to 160 feet. And
It takes you
about how-
90 to get there, so. Or 60 to get there, so.
You get there. All right. And
Right over the edge.
how high does it look?
You can't see the bottom. It's kind of just obscured by mist,
It's good to me. I'll
but
toss him
very
in and then
high.
drop him in, and I have 100 feet left.
Yeah, you would.
I back.
Incredible.
But the dash would get you right up to or a little ways outside the window, about 10 feet or so outside the window on your way back.
All right,
He's
sounds
going to
good.
take the cap of fall damage, which knocks him out of rat form. He's still in gorilla form, actually. But he is out of commission for a while at the base of the Sur Falls, essentially.
Right. I think either dead or we buy ourselves some time. That should break someone's concentration too.
Would I?
Yeah, you'd feel your polymorph ended.
Okay, cool.
For better or worse. You would see an eagle flying back towards him. So.
No,
Did
he's
Strahd make his
he's
concentration
invisible.
when he got
Oh,
Burning
right, he
Hands
is, yeah.
and Vicious Mockery?
That's true. Let me do the
Ooh.
con save for Burning Hands. Vicious Mockery he saved again.
Vicious
so
Mockery
no
did
damage
not
on
hit.
that. Yeah. 10 just makes it.
Shit. Something has happened out there. I hope dearly that Lamless returns very soon.
Can't talk anymore. Great. A bird. Oh, that.
Strahd is going to reposition somewhere down there. There, okay. Alright. Which, at this point, I'll go ahead and take us out of initiative order for the moment. I'll do one, actually. Okay. But at this point, I will take us out of initiative order. So at this point, what would you all like to do? Rahadin seems to be dealt with for the moment, at least.
Pursue Strahd to the lower level? Or do we
Oh,
try
no.
and find
I
the
would
arena?
like to toss a pebble down through the window to announce my entrance and then land, since I'm still invisible.
Okay.
Yes, you are.
Well, I see Limless is still with us.
Well, that's promising. Lamless, Strahd seems to have phased through the floor. He's gone downstairs somewhere.
I caw in response. And
Right,
can't
so
speak in bird form.
our plan, our options seem to be either we do the very reckless thing and phase downwards after him, or we continue exploring and see what else we find. If you have any opinions about this, caw either once or twice.
It's either up or down, so I think we should take a vote. Maybe up is caw once, down is caw twice.
Is there a con response?
Am I smart enough to write on the dirt?
Doesn't the
I mean,
creature maintain
you
its...
keep your mental stats.
I keep my
so-
mental stats.
Would Lamless
And
be
what
able
should
to
you do?
carry us
Am I
to a
am I
tower?
druid, right?
Hmm?
16 strength. How heavy are all of you?
What else could be? Let me see. I think your character has to be 30 times that, so... total of 480 pounds. How heavy are all of you?
Not 480 pounds.
You might be able to get two of us. Maybe, definitely one.
Are 3 of you 480 pounds?
I mean, if we're all
Wearing
160
any
or
armor.
less. Yeah, I'm not wearing any armor.
You're all
That's true,
You're
yeah.
all
none of you
squishy
really
people.
are.
Yeah.
It would probably be doable. One in each kind of talon and then another atop your back.
Could we look around for the bedroom that we know that Arena is in somewhere?
Out of character, I'll ask at this point. Are you guys free to finish this tomorrow or some other nights? Because I do want to finish this, but I'm also fading fast.
Yeah, I do have time tomorrow in the future.
Let's see. Tomorrow. I can do
I know
this
it's
tomorrow.
supposed to be. Okay. What about you, Zeldis?
I am going to see Star Wars tomorrow. I don't know exactly when.
Oh, right.
But I'm
Okay.
actually free during the day tomorrow. And I'm sure I could be free like later on in the evening.
Okay. if everyone's free, I do want to finish this, but I am fading fast, and 5 hours is definitely not enough for this.
This was.
You don't play
this-
him as a
This
straight up
was
kind of
like a
bruiser.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I've learned from running Strahd Must Die Tonight. It's a 2-part kind of thing.
I can like come back and post my movie times and availability like earlier.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, tomorrow.
I have a game tomorrow that usually runs from like 1 to 3 p.m. PST. But besides that, I think I'm free.
Probably be free
today.
after like 7 p.m.
Yeah, I have work tomorrow, so I could probably do around the same time that we
Okay.
started tonight.
Yeah, I can,
And
I
if
can do
not
that too.
tomorrow, would Friday work for everyone as well?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah,
we'll figure
Friday
out...
at 7. Friday at 7.
I believe so.
Okay.
I will double check and let y'all know.
Actually,
but
Friday at 8, maybe. Wait, sorry.
Okay,
the
I don't anticipate
Sorry,
needing another
time
5
zones
hours
do
to
not matter
finish it.
because I have a different time zone. So
Yeah.
So
I will be able to make it. Yes.
Okay. So how about they'll just get back to us with movie time, and then if possible, we'll do the same time tomorrow night. If not, then we'll plan for Friday.
Rad.
Sounds good.
Okay. Good work, everybody.
All right.
Yeah.
Good job, everyone.
We're
you
all
beat
still
Red's. You dealt with Red's abomination of Gorilla Din, which was great.
Threw him
I had
off
to
a
do it
cliff.
just to try it. It was fantastic.
It is very good.
Gorilla Din's scary.
Alright.
Yeah, I hope you guys had fun. I definitely do want to finish it because.
Yes.
So the thing is,
Yeah.
like,
I wanna
you
see how
could
this
finish
turns out.
it in 5 hours if you played Strahd like straight up combat, like he
Right.
took
Yeah,
one fight and
No.
kind of went for it. But
I mean,
his whole
Strahd's
strategy is being
eminently
a skirmisher.
killable.
So.
If Strahd stays in one room, he's very easy to kill.
Oh yeah, but that's the thing. He's
Yeah, he
20
shouldn't.
in Vampire Lord. He plays like a skirmisher. He takes
Yeah.
he's never in combat for more than 2 rounds at a time.
Yeah.
Be a disservice to the character to play him any differently.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%. I think you were doing a great job. I was having a lot of fun, so thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, thank you.
I was very proud of my charm and send you to the ethereal plane plan.
Yeah,
man.
that's going on my
Honestly,
notes.
Yeah,
thought it was gonna be so bad.
super
So concerned
like,
because I was like, if she kills the nightmare, she will still be stranded there.
Yep.
And the thing was,
Yeah.
you were the gold draconic sorcerer. The only way you could hurt the nightmare was with a dagger.
I know. I know. It was so stressful because Sandwich for sure was like trying to process both as me and as Arnita, like, how do I get back? I have no spells that will send me
Yeah.
home.
No, Minor Illusion was pretty good. I like that. It was
Clever.
a very good idea.
But yeah, we will end
Alright.
it here. And
Yeah.
Yeah,
will
man,
be-
I'm tired.
we
I'm beat.
will
Same.
announce later when the stream will continue. So
Absolutely.
stay tuned.
Excellent work,
Alright.
team. Have a good night.
Have a good night,
Good
everyone.
job, everyone. Have a good night.
Good night.